Ah, glorious agua. Right. PEINTEINGU. PEINTEINGU, goo, goo. PEINTEINGU. Goo, 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 goo. There's a timer for the PEINTEINGU. Oh, glorious. Right, here we go. PEINTEINGU, goo, 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 goo. Sumimasen. Oh. Oh. Oh, very gassy this tail. Painting goo goo goo. It's painting fucking goo. It's painting goo. Painting goo. It's painting goo. What will we go? Nobody knew. What do we go? Painting goo. Sip right goo. Painting goo. Oh, glorious. Painting goo 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 goo. Paint sip rat goo goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo goo goo. Painting goo goo goo. It's painting fucking goo. It's painting goo. Painting goo. It's painting goo. What will we go? Painting goo. Goo goo goo. Painting goo. Sip rat goo. Painting goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Sip rat paint goo goo. Painting goo goo goo. It's painting goo goo goo. It's painting goo. Painting goo. What will we go? Nobody knew. What we go? On painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo. Painting goo. Painting goo. Painting goo. Goo 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 goo. Oh yes, beautiful music, brought to you by a resident petrified primate. You know what his name is. It's Myro the Marvelous Monkey. Right, enough of that shit. Oh, greetings, my beloved Japonita. You must forgive me if my energy seems a bit raw today. Speaking of raw, excuse me whilst I descend into proper PEINTEINGU posture. Where's my thingy? There we go. Ah! I reached the stool. is smooth. Oh, my sleep of late has been not good. Bad sleep routine. Staying up too late and having to get up early. Oh, my apologies. My sincerest apologies for yawning. I am very tired. Very, very tired. But we must go. We must go. Things must be good. There is much go to do. Indeed. We return to the magical Finland. Micah, you squeaky fuck. It's not as bad as it used to be without the springs, but still bad. Right. Who has honor this day? Oh, where's Margio-sama? Her track record was so good. Oh, do not yawn. Do not yawn! I must force him myself to have energy today. I've already had 2 coffees. It does not help. That's probably what it is. I've recently started drinking small doses of coffee again. And my nervous system is probably like, I thought we were done with this shit. I thought you were growing as an individual. I thought you had surpassed your need for caffeine, but apparently not. Apparently, I have more willpower when it comes to fucking nicotine and the devil's lettuce than I do when it comes to fucking sweets and caffeine. What the fuck? But it's a hilarious problem to have, is to be more susceptible to your sweet tooth and your energy levels than you are to drugs. It's like, my life is nothing but hilariously ironic. Okay. I hope you're all well. I hope you have more energy than I do. I'm going to be relying heavily on the music today. The tunes will have to carry me. I'm fading already. I didn't get to sleep until about 3 or 4 again. Can't remember. 3-ish, 4-ish. And I woke up around 9. And then I woke up... No, I woke up around 6. Then 8. Then 9. My sleep pattern is so fucked the past week. It's totally shagged. Shagged! But at least the painting is looking good. Huh? It's looking excellent. The darkness of the stream is displeasing me. But perhaps we can solve this. I did pre-stream fuck around with the exposure on the camera again. But I find it to be too dark or too bright. When it comes to these things, it would appear that I am a finicky fag. Is that too bright? Is that too bright? It's nice and bright for the... I'm probably just so pale that I reflect right. I think that is the problem. I think I am so pasty white that the glorious light of heaven seems to just refract off my flesh. Like I am made of grass. Yes, speaking Japu is hilarious. Refract off my flesh like I am made of grass is just... I know, this is one of the funniest streams in existence. Not only do I paint, but I'm also quite the funny man. Which is why you should pay for PEINTEINGU. Oh god, I am fucking tired. It's probably going to be an excellent stream. If I'm grumpy or I'm exhausted, it's usually funnier. Because I just don't give a fuck about this shit. I just wing it. Who am I kidding? I always wing it. PEINTEINGU is wung. It is winged, constantly. It is simply... There's no plan. I am at the mercy of the audience, the map, and the magic hat, and my own free will and abilities, and of course my obligatory duty to find a way back into the glorious halls of Chinese heaven. But apart from that, you know, too bright for my ears. Indeed. Indeed, Staburu-sama, there are, as we know, there are many people who do not even watch the goo. They simply listen to the goo. So, it is truly a unique experience on PEINTEINGU. You have never heard paint dry like this before. Oh, fuck. Right. Oh, how are you? Are you well? Back from your holiday, brother? Back to work? You've stopped indulging in your nerdiness and your faggotry? The cringiness of the Trekkies has worn off, and the smell of curry fills your nostrils once again, Oh, Christ. Christ almighty. Ugh, glorious. Tuna. Ah, that fishy smell. That steaky, fishy smell of tuna and mayonnaise. I kind of wish sometimes the smell-o-vision was a thing. You know? It would weed out the pussies. It's like, oh, I can't stand this stream. He burps too often. Faggots. Your rack of testosterone disturbs me. Only to come back to 10 more years of ribberers in Canada. Indeed, indeed. What is this that the 7-3 Bear has put in the PEINTEINGU chat? The Lord of the Rings, the North Korean fellowship. I shall have to check that out later. Actually, I don't do this often enough. There should be more sections on PEINTEINGU where I can do this. Hold on. I'm going to do some proper professional streaming stuff. Let me see. Since the beginning of time, I have hated advertisements. I have detested them, but especially in the past 15 odd years, they have grown to be something that I quite dislike to a extensive degree. I used to like some ads. They were funny. And they genuinely did encourage you to buy certain things because they seemed like they were a good purchase. But these days, 9. Big fucking 9. Big, glorious Dutch, German 9. Right. Let me see. Okay, so I have to do this. Screen capturer. So for a moment there's going to be an endless horror of my face. Like an endless horror of mirrors. Yes? No? Turn webcam offu. Turn screen capture onu. Huh? No? It's not working. It's not working! Shit! Hold on a moment. A moment. Grant me some grace as I ponder the professional shit. Just trying to think of a P word that rhymes. Not rhymes, you know. Alliteration can be quite hilarious. As I ponder the properties, professional properties of streaming. Right, if I get rid of the monkey and I do a screen capture. Ah, there we go. Endless horror of me. Well, not me. Endless horror of mirrors. Right, and here we go. Right, let's do this. Alright, we're gonna full screen this shit. This is Korean Lord of the Rings. Right, for those of you just listening, there are subtitles. But in the quiet hills, the harvest grew. It's like, oh, it's the wrong button. Oh, that's the volume button, not the speed button. Comrade Piodo's word was clean and true. All right, you're just gonna if you're not watching and you're only listening, you better speak Korean. Oh my god! Korean Gandalf! Korean Gandalf is fucking epic looking. I want an Asian Lord of the Rings. I want it now. Please, somebody make Korean Lord of the Rings for real. Like, oh my god, Asian Gandalf would be the funniest fucking thing ever. Keep away secret, keep her safer. Frodo, you must keep her secret, keep her safer. He'd be like smoking a pipe with Bilbo. He'd be like, ah, Bilbo, you little fuck. I know it was a gaijin is foreigner or something in Japanese, and then it's like what? Is it guailao? Is stupid foreigner or stupid white person in Chinese? What's the Korean one? I don't know, fucking gangdu or some shit. I don't fucking know. Oh man, Korean. I can't get enough of Korean Gandalf. That shit is funny. Did he just say that Samsung came from Southern land? Oh, brilliant. Oh my god, that is so funny. It's all about a Samsung phone and fucking the Eye of Sauron and shit. That is hilarious. I love the way Korean Frodo is wearing military garb. It's so funny. Man, this is brilliant. I love shit like this. You know the little Korean kids? Instead of Sam, it's Comrade Saim. They just put an E in the middle. Oh my god. Oh my god. Comrade Sam brings broth with steady hand. Oh my god. This is fucking hilarious. Oh my god. Oh my god, Comrade Korean Gimli is the fuck. That is not Asian hair. That is not Asian hair. That beard and that hair, the eyebrows are definitely Asian. But like that beard and hair it's kind of Asian. It's too rugged and thick though to be Korean. Like, you know, it's also not jet black. So the hair, the AI got the hair wrong. But other than that, fuck me, that's funny. The fucking communist miner's helmet and oh man, that is hilarious. Korean Gimli, oh man, I want Korean Lord of the Rings so bad now. Korean Legolas, oh my god. He actually kind of looks like a Korean Orlando Bloom. Oh my god, that's brilliant. Oh, that is actually hilarious. He kind of looks like Korean Liu Kang. Look at his little Ronnie. Look at his little fucking... The pathetic excuse for an Asian mustache. Oh my god, I'm laughing so hard right now, my forehead's starting to hurt. This is what I love about AI videos. The first iteration of Legolas looks like this, and then in the next scene he looks like this. This guy could pass as Korean or Chinese or even Mongolian or even Japanese. Like this guy is like an Asian mongrel. This guy is just Japanese. That is like clearly a Jap. And I love the way the fucking star on the headband on this one is communist red. On this one it's white, and it's also hanging off the headband. Man, AI videos are hilarious. I know some of them, like especially in the beginning, were like that kind of fucked up, like uncanny valley shit or whatever. But like this is funny. The ones I've seen lately are like really good and really funny. Oh my god, it went red. You see that? I know Stabberoo didn't see it because he's driving a forklift, but oh, is it just the light hitting it? Oh, it's just the light hitting it. Okay. It looks like it goes completely white there for a sec, but it's actually just the light hitting it because it's like made of plastic or some shit. Oh god. This is like prophetic, like, you know, not prophetic, it's like fucking, this is like truther as well. I mean, the fact that it's talking about the phone corrupting your mind and shit, it's so fucking true. Is this supposed to be Aragorn or Gandalf? I mean, not Gandalf, fucking Boromir. Oh, seriously, the AI videos are getting like good already, and it's only been a couple of years. Like you could seriously, like, now you could just make a total, like, a whole movie from AI, and it would be entertaining, and it would look alright. Like, oh my god, instead of Aragorn, it's Ara-gone. Oh my god, like, Aragorn, Comrade Aragorn. Walks through Inden Stoner. Oh my god, this is amazing. This is like my favorite kind of shit. Like, the blood of Kim runs in his bone. Not his bones, just bone, singular. Like it runs through his cock. The blood of Kim runs in his bone, and then the fucking shit-eating grin on him, like, oh my god, like, oh, that was brilliant. Boromir is Boromir. Oh my fuck. Comrade Boromir. Oh, this is making my day. Oh fuck, I needed this. I'm no longer tired. I'm like fucking, like, I'm high on fucking, I'm high on Korean Lord of the Rings. Oh my god, Gollum. Fucking Korean Gollum just looks like a fucking, like, a bit of a Chad. Like, look how jacked he is. Korean Gollum looks like an absolute Chad, like he's like a Korean monk from the mountainside or something. He looks like he would kick the fucking shit out of you. He looks like he's an expert in, like, the 8 forms of Kung Fu, like, just oh, that is brilliant. Oh my god, that is fucking hilarious. Oh my god, like, whoever made this is brilliant. What's the thing? It says demon flying fox in the bottom right hand corner. I'm assuming that's like the person's channel or something. Like, hold on a sec. Demon flying fox, yeah, 390,000 subscribers. Oh my god, subscribe to that shit. I can't do it right now because I'm not. Oh, am I signed in? Am I signed in as me? Yeah. I'm subscribing to this shit. This is getting a thumbs up from me. This is some fucking high quality AI shit. Like the two fucking statues of like what was it? The Numenorian statues that they see as they pass through on their way in the Fellowship. Like are replaced by fucking is that Kim Jong Il and Kim Jong Un? Oh my god, that is fucking brilliant. That is brilliant. Like this is like, man, I would watch a feature-length film version of this, and I know I'm not the only one. I would watch a 3-hour-long Korean Lord of the Rings, and it would be fucking hilarious crack.
그 화면은 외세의 빛을 내뿜고 그 소리는 어둠을 퍼뜨리네 허나 곡식 씹는 인민의 손으로 남조선 짓밟고 사슬을 끊으리.
That is fucking amazing. That is absolutely amazing. I like without like that was fucking brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant. Like, I'm so glad that I had, like, fucking, like, shout out to 7-3 Bear for fucking sharing that in the PEINTEINGU chat. That was fucking hilarious. Oh. Could you guys not hear that or something? Technical difficulties? I do not know what technical difficulties you speak of, Max. Or was it because I was trying to find the right camera? Was it? Yeah, Orlando Bloom. Yeah. Filthy foreign dog. Dailun Ogonge. Kim the Second Sung and Kim Jong-un as Numenorians was funny as fuck. Yeah, man. Like, that is fucking legit hilarious. Ah, Marjo-sama. Welcome. Maxed out Beru. Desmondo. Man, that was fucking, that was like, that warmed my heart and gave me a little bit of energy, but it's quickly fading. I'm fucking so tired. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, God. And it's like, it's an absolute scorcher of a day. It's a bit overcast now. There wasn't a cloud in the sky earlier on. But, oh my god, it's so beautiful today. It's like 21 degrees Celsius right now. Like the perfect temperature. It's absolutely beautiful outside. It's fucking amazing spring day. Amazing. That video was fucking hilarious. I'm so glad I watched that. I'll try and do more shit like that where like, you know, I'll use the stuff from the Telegram chat and share it on the stream for anyone who doesn't, like, you know, visit the chat often or something. Maxed Out Bear, like, you're not in our Telegram chat, are you? You're not in the PEINTEINGU chat. Or do you use Telegram, Maxed Out? I don't know. If you're not, if you obviously if you want access to the Telegram chat, you can. I'll send you the link. You are, of course, a royal member of the Japanese crowd. Man, I am fucking knackered. Absolutely knackered, like. I was giving the female shit earlier on for being like, come on, get up and all, like. She was like, I'm too tired and blah blah, like, you know, like, and then fucking, what, 4 hours later, I'm the same. Absolutely fucking just beat. Really poor sleep last night. That's what it is. I've started drinking coffee again, and then I got like fucking jacked up sleep. So it's my own fault. So the only solution is to just push through, isn't it? Get some tunes going. I want to try and finish. Should be able to. I'm going to try and do a long go today because the female's not working from home. So she's going to be in late. So I'm going to try and push it to like 3 hours today. Give you plenty of tunes to listen to while I finish off Finland. Obviously, I know I'm not in character right now. Forgive me, Stabaru-sama. For the fucking like the other day is like, how the hell did you manage to stay in character for like over 2 hours? Like I couldn't do that. It was a fluke. It was a fucking fluke. I just consciously or subconsciously chose to stay in character. Right now I'm too tired. I don't give a fuck. I barely have the energy to goo right now. But goo, I must goo. So we're going to do maybe 1 or 2 more goblins attacking the snowman. I think I'm gonna fucking... I was debating whether or not to change the eye to make it look a bit better, but I think it's fine. It serves its purpose. It does not have to be perfect, just has to be good enough. I need to change the shading on the snowman though. That's way too dark. It just looks like somebody rubbed coal on him or some shit. Or ash. Yeah, I need to fix the shading on the snowman. Put some more goblins in. I don't think I'm going to do black outlines on this one. I think it looks nice and picturesque. So I think if I put black outlines on it, it might take away from it. Especially with some of the goblins. I don't know. Maybe... I'm always unsure. Well, no, that's not true. Sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, this looks very comic book-esque. And then I slap a black outline on it and it works. But then sometimes it's like, nah, it's more like an oil painting. Leave it that way. Or a watercolor or some shit like. This, my gut feeling is, yeah, don't put black outline on it. Leave it the way it is. But anyway, I'm gonna get the tunes going. What are we feeling today? Bear in mind it needs to be at least somewhat energetic because otherwise I'll fall asleep. Now classical music. If I put classical music on right now, all you're going to be hearing is fucking Bach with me snoring in the background. I need something to wake me up. Let me see. What'll wake me up? I'm gonna go all the way down to the beginning. Back to the beginning, all the way to the beginning of my playlist. Oh god. Sumimasen. I inhaled that tuna sandwich. Yacht rock. Did you engage in some sodomy while you were in America? I want to rock out on a yacht. Fucking Canadians. Jesus Christ. This is why you drive a forklift. You cannot be trusted with anything else except driving a forklift. That and being an excellent father to 3 children. 3 children? Is it 3 children? I can't remember now. Jesus, that's a lot of songs. What's the first song on the playlist? I have 3. I think I have like over 400 songs. And don't get me wrong, it's a great fucking playlist. I don't listen to shit music. It's the one thing I'll always give one of my former best friends, one of my bros from back in the day, that I used to hang around with every single day. If there's one good thing I got out of having him as my best friend for years, was his taste in music was impeccable. That's what I'm here for, Stabaru. I'm making you rough wrong time. Grifu-sama. Yeah, it's 3, is it? Yeah, 2 boys and a girl now, isn't it? Didn't you have a girl? 2 boys and a girl? Isn't that what it is? 2 boys and a baby girl. He's gonna have more. He's gonna have more brownies. You gotta. I'm just trying to think of some of the most racist shit I could say right now. My mind can't. My mind can't decide what's racist enough to say right now. Oh Christ. Oh, I've gone too far. Not with the racism, obviously. with the music. You can never go too far with racism. Grifu-sama knows all about that. Grifu-sama knows all about that. You can never go too far with the racism. Yeah, Pennyweight would wake me up probably. Like, I don't think you don't like After the Burial though, do you, Sabaru? I think you got a bad vibe off them because you started reading their lyrics, and you were like, "This seems a bit demonic to me." Hardcore techno. Well, do you know what? Actually, yeah, you're probably right, Desmond. Desmondu Sama. Let me see. The playlist is so big that, like, if I fucking Twix children, you and your caramel drops that you call offspring. You could kind of call it, like, maple syrup's kind of gold, like, you know, that golden brown fucking, like, it's making maple syrup babies. Oh yeah, this is what we're sticking on. This is what we're sticking on. Why isn't it playing? Yes! My chi is already flowing. Test your might. I want somebody in the bear community. Oh my god, what the fuck? Desmondu-sama, what did you just... Harry Potter but birds? What the fuck? I'll stick that on next. Oh, we'll pad out today's stream because I'm tired. We'll pad it out with just a load of funny stuff. Oh, but I want in case some of you are very uncultured scum and didn't recognize the first 14 seconds of that song. It's the theme tune to Mortal Kombat, the movie from the 1990s. It's one of the best movies ever made. I don't care what anyone says. The original Mortal Kombat from the 90s is one of the best movies ever made. It's like peak 90s cinema. And then all the other ones after that were trash. Even the recent one that was like kinda cool, it was still fairly trash. Like they legit just like made up some shit hero to like fuck it. Test your might, round one, fight. I know, it's like one of the best songs ever, but like what I was gonna say was Grifu-sama, you'll appreciate this. Grifu-sama will really appreciate this because he's a white supremacist after my own heart, obviously. I want somebody to do a remake of the Mortal Kombat tune. Instead of Test Your Might, it's Test Your White. And it's like all about like the whitest stuff about white people and all, like, and it's like test your white, and it's just like you could totally do that with AI. Like somebody do that with AI. Just like tell Grok to fucking rewrite the Mortal Kombat tune from the 90s. Instead of Test Your Might, it's Test Your White, and it's a load of like stereotypical white stuff. It would be one of the funniest fucking things ever. It would be amazing. And anybody who disagrees with me is wrong and a fag. I fucking love this one. The only song I like more than this one is the one I'm playing after this one, and it's also from Mortal Kombat. Let's get some goo on this parrot. Painting goo 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 goo. Paint goo goo goo. I place my royal rag on my divine knee in preparation for the goo. Painting. I fucking love this song! Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo goo goo. Painting goo goo goo. Painting goo goo goo. Goo goo goo. Painting goo 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 goo. My cheese flowing now. Mongrel combat! Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Super Mario Land was pretty cool. Need more video game team parkour. I have always wanted to visit Regoland. No cap. I loved Rego when I was a child. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Like, could we do it like live on stream? It's like, test your white. Bowling, taxes, fathers, business suits. Test your white. Like, that's what I'm talking about. It would be the funniest fucking thing and simultaneously one of the best things ever. Like, it'd be fucking awesome. Legoland would be cool to visit. Man, I'd fucking love to go to Legoland. I fucking love Lego. Lego's such a wholesome thing for your kids. Teaching them basic engineering principles, like... Fucking thing. But Lego is, like... Freemasonry that you pay for. It's like... Lego is cheap masonry. Cheap plastic masonry. Welcome to Legoland. Painting goo 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 goo. I'm gonna have to Sarah painting. I'm running out of goo. Well, not really, just some goo. It's so typical. I finally get some yarrow, and now I'm running out of red. Shit. Painting goo goo. Like, it's not necessarily better, but I love this one just as much. This is the one that's playing when Liu Kang and Reptile start kicking the shit out of each other in that fucking temple thing in Netherrealm. fucking love this song. The way that, like, that scene goes down, it's like this song is, like, building up in the background, and Reptile just, like, comes out of a statue and just, like, drop kicks Liu Kang through a wall, and they start kicking the shit out of each other. It's like a really good fight scene, and it was, like, for the 90s, I think that's one of the best fight scenes out of anything ever, is Reptile versus Liu Kang in NetherRealm. Like the fucking sound effects, the fucking choreography, the music, the scenery. Fucking... Oh! I am no longer tired! My chi is fucking flowing now! I'm gonna need more agua. Right, let's get these bitches wet too. Let's get some more goblins. Who doesn't love goblins? If you're not laughing at them, you're probably straying them. Either way, it's fun. Mischievous little shits. They are like naked monkeys. Naked demon monkeys. It's like some medieval kid is like looking at a goblin from a distance. Father, what is that green creature? That, my son, is a naked demon monkey. It's like the difference between a mole rat and a naked mole rat. The difference between a monkey and a goblin. It's like, monkey, naked demon monkey. Right. Need to make goblin green again. So we take some middle green. Take some yellow. Make a nice bright green. With a few squirts of my tiny mister, the goo shall flow freely. Also prevents it from drying too quickly. Because this shit dries almost instantaneously. Ah, Scout Sparrow! Welcome. Goro! The four-armed freak was called Goro. Goro is hilarious. Kind of liked the dirty green. Let's get some brown in there. Painting. Painting. Let me see. There we go. Yes, there we go. Perfect. Right, we'll stick with the techno, shall we? We'll stick with the techno. I have plenty of techno. I love EDM shit. I love it. Let me see. Tech 9 is not techno. What is still good? Techno. Matter. More matter. Some rap. More matter. Some rock. More matter. Matter. Lots of... Ooh! Let me know if you recognize this one. Painting good.
We should think about what we got right now. 'Cause the good things are made up of time. Smile to your problems. Leave the past behind. Never forget this. Find the truth in your soul. Keeping you alive.
I think there's genuinely a nice message in this.
The past is all that's gone. The future is yet to come. There's so many things that are wrong. We should live this way. Just building up our day. Now is forever. The past is all that's gone. The future is yet to come.
You recognize these guys? It's the guys that do it. I'm blue, I'm a D. If I was green, I would die. Eiffel 65, yeah?
With what you don't have. Keep your mind on what's here today. Now and forever. Build the future now. Keep this in mind. That you will take your time to get what you need. I shall do it step after step. all that's gone. Our future is yet to come. That's how it ends out our own. We should live this way. God's building up our day. Now is forever. The past is all that's gone. Our future is yet to come. That's how it ends out our own. We should live this way. God's building up our day. Now is forever. Past is all that's gone. Our future is yet to come. That's how it ends out our own. We should live this way. God's building up our day. Now is forever. Past is all that's gone. Our future is yet to come. That's how it ends out our own. We should live this way. God's building up our day. Now is
Need more brown in this. Still needs to be green, but more brown. Darker. Or blue. It's more blue in there. Sometimes it's hard to know how to change the value instead of the hue. You know, when you start learning all these terms and trying to be a professional artist, you know, and shit. I ranked the goblins from World of Warcraft 2. They were an industrious race known for their engineering feats and financial shenanigans. Happy to do business with Horde and Alliance alike. I have never played World of Warcraft 2. It's one of the few games I never got into. Ah! He said it! Make it a browner! Glorious weather. Indeed! Very glorious weather. Spectacular weather. Excellent weather. Divine weather. My brothers and I were listening to It's My Rife, whatever I want to do, on repeat all weekend. Or the fucking... the Jeet one? I for 65 was my second guess. First was Backstreet Boys. It does kind of sounds like Backstreet Boys. That's hilarious. Where is this now? Where is it? Fucking... God damn it. Come here to me. There we go. There we go. Where's... Matter. More matter. Ooh, Resident Evil 0 save room team cover. This is nice. If it's the one I think it is. Do 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 Painting. Painting goo 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 goo. I think it's hilarious the way, like, on the one hand you can love like really heavy metal, but then at the same time you can love like poppy fucking 80s synth shit. Like I genuinely really love both genres. They really get me going. Like, I just think that's funny. It needs to be a bit paler. Sumimasen. Sumimasen. I love shit like this. This one's just called this is just a random, like, I'm not sure if this is AI generated or if it's made by someone. But it's like, it's not something I know in terms of like, oh, this is blah blah blah. I haven't a clue what this is. I just remember finding it one day. I was like, oh, this is nice. Jeez, I've been going for an hour already. Fucking hell. Time flies when you're painting gooing. Considering we're an hour in already, I shall announce today's phrase of the day is not necessarily a phrase. Oh, Desmondu-sama, you funny fucker. I got a text from Desmondu-sama on Telegram. Here's today's phrase of the day. It's fucking a paragraph wrong. Oh, today's been a funny day so far. Oh shit. Right, Tobias, my feathery friend, we shall announce today's phrase of the day. Today's phrase of the day. It is known that the first settlers to America sailed on the ship Mayflower to get there. What is not as known is Joe Rogan's ancestors arrived by her sister ship, the Gayflower. I shall repeat the phrase of the day. Today's phrase of the day. It is known that the first settlers to America sailed on the Mayflower to get there. What is not known, or not as known, is Joe Rogan's ancestors arrived by her sister ship, the Gayflower. That is not a phrase. That is a short story explaining why Joe Rogan's ancestors are probably all fags. Or at least explaining why Joe Rogan himself is a fag. It is, however, not at all a phrase, Desmond-sama. This concludes today's phrase of the day. Oh, resume Tunes. This is kind of hot, but it's kind of metal too. So I love this song. Love this song. Is actually the only song that I listen to by this band. It's the only one. The only one. I love it. It's got synth. It's got metal. Paint, paint, paint. Paint, paint, paint. Don't look back now. Do you remember my wonder? But it's such a real trash to find out. Sorry, it's so cold and the life's so bitter. What have you got to lose but fools, intentions and a life so pretentious? PEINTEINGU! PEINTEINGU! Don't look back now. My mind's a fool. Do you remember my wonder? But it's such a real trash to find out. Sorry, love. It's so cold and her mind so bitter. What have you got to lose but fools, intentions and a life so pretentious? A shadow on this goblin is incorrect. That's one of my just my most favorite breakdowns or like lead outs, whatever you want. I'm not musically fucking. I don't know the terms and shit, but like the end of that song, the last like 30 seconds of that song is the most fucking just like fucking fuck yeah. Oh, and it's years old. Those kids were teenagers when they wrote that, and they're all grown up now, and I think they're a bunch of gobshites for the most part. The last I seen anyway, but great tune. Fucking great tune. Really good tune. It's very like it's very Smells Like Teen Spirit. Is that what that one by Nirvana is? Where it's like a lot of the lyrics, not that they're nonsense, but like it doesn't have like a necessarily like coherent narrative to it, in the sense where it's like some of the lyrics are just like backyards, nosebleeds, like, do you know what I mean? Like fucking scratch card glory and all. Like it's very like stuff you would only really relate to if you were like an inner city English kid and stuff, for the most part anyway. But like you don't even, it's like the reason I love music so much is because it's very like a lot like art. A lot of art is like, because it is art in general, it's the witness, the consumer can get something out of it that wasn't necessarily intended by the creator, you know? Like the amount of songs that I don't even know the lyrics to, especially the ones where it's just like and all this shit, like, you know, but like the tone, the vibe, the notes, the construct, the what would you call it, the composition, the way it flows, the way it ebbs and flows, the way it goes high and then low again and all, like, you know, it's like music is supposed to take you on a journey, you know, just like a painting is supposed to take your eyes on a journey, you know. And it's like that's what I love about music, is how like that's why there's some songs by Sia that I really like. There's some songs by your one Doja Cat that I really like. Like I really like that Streets one and all. Like hell, back in the day there was even a few songs by Katy Perry that I liked, you know. Even if it was just like one part, because you'd hear them again and again and again on the radio, and you'd get sick of most of them because like they're like trash poppy, like Taylor Swift and stuff like that. Like, but there'd always be one where you're like, huh, yeah, that's actually kind of catchy or something like that. But it's hilarious how like later on you realize that it's not even them writing the songs. So of course there's going to be some songs that are like just undeniably good in certain parts, because it's like the same guy writing all the fucking songs for all the famous people. So like he just is amazing at writing bangers. Like, you know, like it's fucking I find that shit so funny, like how like all these people could just be like, oh my god, like Taylor Swift, oh my god, Katy Perry, oh my god, and it's like they're just vessels in more ways than one. Like, you know what I mean? Whether they're a cum bucket or a demonic vessel, they're either a cum bucket for the devil himself or some lunatic demon infested wanker like Russell Brand, who's basically himself a vessel for the devil himself. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like you could choose to be a conduit for the creator or a vessel for the damned. Like, that's basically what life is. It's your choice. Do you want to be a conduit for the divine or a vessel for the low? A vessel for the fucking, like, the damned. Because isn't that what the fallen angels are, you know? They are the damned, the punished. They are the ones that trespassed against the divine and all this shit. I was watching a video on Archangel Gabriel. Was it last night? Yeah, I think it was last night. Fuck me, that guy kicks ass. Like, the Archangel Gabriel is like the dude. You know, like the nigga, the head nigga. If like apart from God himself, Archangel in all the religions, in fucking the major ones anyway, like, you know, in Islam, he is. This is what I find so funny about religions, right? You know, on the one hand, you have Islam, that's like Allahu Akbar, boom, you know, like, and they're like, kill the infidels, like, which is a very Jewish thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, the Jews are like, if it's a goyim, it doesn't matter if it's a 9-year-old girl. I can fuck her in the mouth and, like, use her like a fucking human fleshlight, and, like, God's not going to punish me because she's a creature, because she is a goyim. Islam is the same. Islam is like, well, if you're an infidel, if you're not of Islam, you know, I can just throw you off a roof, like, do you know what I mean? Like, they even have a thing where it's like, anyone who becomes Muslim was always a Muslim, they're just returning. Like, that is there is a profound sense of arrogance in these Abrahamic beliefs. Whether it's Christianity, Islam, or Judaism, there is a monumental presence of arrogance to these people. Where it's like, well, didn't you know? Like, well, we know. Like, the fucking priest class shit is beyond the pale arrogant. But that doesn't mean there isn't an incredible amount of knowledge and, you know, truth contained within their texts and their belief systems and all this stuff. Like, but it's basically all based around farming, which is just hilarious. Like, do you know what I mean? When to plant this, you'll reap what you sow, all this fucking stuff. It's basically just farming. So doesn't that mean that your beliefs are essentially just an amalgamation of paganism and something else? Because doesn't the word pagan just basically mean farmer? And isn't that kind of what the Vikings were? Is like the only reason they showed up on your shores to do these alleged the Vikings basically got the same rap as the Nazis in a lot of way. You know, like, the Jews were like, oh my god, they did so, the eagles, the bears, the fucking Holocaust, all this shit. Oh, the shoes. Well, like, the Vikings got the same rap. They never had horned helmets. That was just made up to make them look like demons. There wasn't anywhere near as much rape as, like, they said. Like, the plundering and the rape was, like, really heavily embellished. Like, do you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, they were a warlike species, like, race, and they were like, nothing would give a Viking more pleasure than to, like, completely and utterly bifurcate a man in, like, just in two with one swing of his axe, because they had the thing called word glory, which is basically the equivalent of, like, did you see fucking Helge Schleg fucking, like, cut that man in two with one swing of his axe? I did see, like, Helge Schleg fucking cut that man in two with one swing of his axe. That was impressive. That's what it was. That's all it was. It was clout. Vikings were just like the ultimate clout chasers. Like, where they were like, they would fuck off and do shit and seek glory and all this fucking stuff. Like, but, like, apparently the only reason they did that shit is because when they apparently came from the, like, old fuckers of Dan and Sven, which apparently came from the ice. And, like, the reason why they're white and they have blue eyes, apparently, is because they spent so much time in the ice. So they lost their brown skin. And the reason why they're so warlike and shit is because it was such a profoundly difficult environment to thrive in, kind of like the Kalahari Bushmen. But instead of being brown and thin and very, like, you know, gentle yet intuitive, they were huge, white, with blonde hair and insanely aggressive. But you'd be aggressive too if you had to fight polar bears for a living. Like, Anyway, I know that was a big tangent, but basically what I'm saying is that Gabriel's a badass. But in Christianity, he's called Gabriel. And in Islam, he's called Jibril. Which is the same fucking thing. like, could you imagine having such... like, violent arguments, you know, like, of such violent, death-causing disputes over the fact that, like, well, our book says this. Our book says this. Well, we believe in the one true God. No. We believe in the one true God. And all the filthy pagans believe in many gods. Well, aren't all the, in quotes, gods just like spiritual like representations of like truisms that have been handed down over the millennia from our ancestors through either word of mouth or written word, but they didn't like the written word because it's really easy for somebody to just manipulate the written word. Like, we call him Jibril and he looks like this. Well, we call him Gabriel and he looks like this. Like, oh, for fuck's sake. Like, I mean, it's just... But anyway, yeah, he sounds like a total badass. The description of Gabriel is, like, intense as fuck. Whereas Archangel Michael is like this, you know, incredibly proficient demon slayer warrior kind of thing who, like, is the line that is drawn between the demon world and the human world. Like, Michael will show up and like slay a load of demons in front of people and be like, thank you, Michael, no problem, bitch, and he'll fly off, like, you know. And then where Raphael is like the caring one, you know, the healing one, he will like caress the back of your head and tell you it's going to be okay, you know, and all this shit. Like, whereas Gabriel just shows up and everyone shits themselves. Literally, apparently. Like, Gabriel shows up and everyone's just like... in total nervous system jacking awe of this, like, unbelievably inconceivable, magnificent creature that, like, only shows up to, like, essentially... He's kind of like Dreadnoughts from Warhammer. It's like, I am the Emperor's will made manifest. Like, he's just this thing that shows up, and when it shows up, everyone's just like, oh, fuck. Like, it said that there is... There's moments where Michael shows up and things like happen, like wars and demons are slain. There are moments where Raphael shows up and times of great healing and introspection and like learning and, like, you know, revelations happen and stuff like that. But when Gabriel shows up, it's like before Gabriel showed up, after Gabriel showed up. And it's like the difference between the two. Like, when Gabriel says something, there is no dispute. There is no fucking, like, there's no, but is this true? It's like, it doesn't matter if you believe what Gabriel says, it just happens. Like, I like Gabriel. Gabriel sounds incredibly masculine, full of testosterone. Like, Gabriel sounds like the sheer fucking embodiment of, like, testosterone on wings. Like, do you know what I mean? Just like, I said now, bitch. Like, just everyone bows. Like, it was like a 20-minute video. I've been watching this, like, YouTube series called Pantheon Mythology. The guy who he's like a way cooler version of David Attenborough, and instead of talking about the animal kingdom, he's talking about the divine realms. Archangel Gabriel was incredibly English. Like, he's got this, like, sultry, you know, booming voice. Like, it's very entertaining and nice to listen to while he's reading out these biblical texts and stuff. Like, but fuck me, Archangel Gabriel sounds like someone that is not to be fucked with. Like, and it's like, it's always funny to me when, like, all of the religions have some kind of, like, similar, like every known religion, even the pagan ones, every religion has a flood myth. Every single one has a flood myth, right? So every single religion at least remembers that unanimously. It's like, oh yeah, you mean when everything got really wet all of a sudden? Oh yeah, definitely, yeah, you know, when we when we were all niggers and had to learn how to swim, like, like before Abrahamic religion could just be described as back in nigger time, before any of us knew how to swim, Gabriel showed up and was like, you will all now learn how to swim or die. And isn't that funny how, like, a lot of us have that experience where our dad just, like, threw us in the water, and if, like we either sank or swam, you know, like, and a lot of us, like, panic and drown, and, like, some of us, like, panic, but we make it to the edge. I think that's what happened to me. And that's very, like, symbolic, isn't it? Like, is that what happened? That would, like, we were, like, you know, we were babies, and maybe we were still in Eden, or what you could describe as, like, Eden and shit, and God was just like, okay, it's time to, like, learn how to swim. Floods the whole realm, and then, like, most people are just like, like, you know. I mean, on the one hand, God sounds incredibly benevolent, but then on the other hand, God does sound like a fucking... I mean, is that really the way to teach your kids, is, like, risk killing them? Like, I mean, sure, you're standing right there, so you could just, like, you know, like, it's the John Way of, like, the John Wayne method, you know, of teaching a child how to swim. But I don't know how to swim. Boy, what age are you? 8? Fucking grabs him, just throws him in the lake. Like, you're 8 years old and you don't know how to swim? What the fuck? It's hilarious, like. That seems what it could be, though. Domo for honoring Gumi. Haha, even mountain go to stumble off cliffside. That's funny, yeah. Even mountain goat. Why didn't you just make that the phrase of the day? That's an excellent phrase. Even mountain goats stumble off of cliffside. Like, what the fuck? Why didn't you just like? I wish I didn't read that now. That could have been fucking Thursday's phrase. Which, by the way, if you have forgotten, there is no PEINTEINGU tomorrow because the powers that be are going to be turning the electricity off. Did you see that happen? That shit that happened in Spain? Fuck me, like. Spain and I was only in Portugal in January. Everything was fine. It's a beautiful place. Nice people. Probably go back there now, and there's fucking just like baby's blood all over the place. And lots and lots and lots and lots of toilet roll. Fucking they then went north and formed Canada. I bet you're a Swiftie too. I'm not a Swiftie, no. I'm not even a fucking, like, there is some songs that even people like that can make, like, do you know what I mean? Like, I've heard some Adele songs. I know she's not the same. Adele's like a skilled singer, you know. Adele's like a woman that can genuinely, from what I've seen anyway, make good songs, and has an incredible voice. So I wouldn't put Adele in the same box as like Taylor Swift and Katy Perry, like, do you know what I mean? Because it's not like she like gets her tits out and fucking wears crazy costumes and stuff, like. Which apparently Katy Perry has been acting very weird since she got back from. I'm not going to say space because it wasn't space, but like, you know, like since she was thrown up in the air in a giant cock 62 miles into the atmosphere and then slowly descended while taking selfies. Bitch spent fucking like 60 seconds looking into a camera going, look, a flower. Like, bitch, you're fucking like. One of them was literally like, look out the window. Oh my god, what a bunch of horse. Like, see, like, Jeff Bezos not only looks like literally look, because he's got one gammy eye. So like Jeff Bezos actually does look like Dr. Evil from Austin Powers, because he has one fucked up eye. He's got like a lazy eye, like, you know, and he's bald as fuck. And like, and in fairness to him, he's fairly jacked, you know. For all I know, that could just be some kind of chemical compound that he fucking snorts every morning before he goes for a cold plunge. But like, just like, I'm awake, I'm cold, I'm hot, I'm high, like, I'm jacked. Like, it's like that dog. I'm asleep, I'm dead, I'm awake, I'm asleep, I'm dead again. Jeff Bezos is like, I'm smart, I'm a retard, I'm rich, I'm broke, I'm a joke. Daddy, are you proud of me? Like, what a mess of a human being. It's fucking like, it's just so fucking stupid. Like, chap is like clapping and all, like he walks up to the fucking pod before he opens the door, and he's like, that tranny he's fucking is like that is one of the foulest looking creatures I've seen today. No mess. I think Jeff Bezos's tranny wife is just as fucked up looking and like potentially male as what's that gobshite's name? Bruce Jenner, who is actually male. Like, you got Bruce Jenner, who's actually male, and then just like fucking pays some psychopath to like slice and dice and slip some plastic in there. And it's like, I'm now a woman. And then like Jeff Bezos is shagging, like, apparently it's female, but like it looks. Do you ever see Event Horizon? Where like there's like, or Star Trek Inception, was it, or no, it's Star Trek Insurrection. That's what it was called. There, if you've never seen Star Trek Insurrection, there's these aliens in it that get like gravity-induced facelifts where they just lie on this like medical bed, and there's this like invisible force field thing that just like stretches their fucking flesh. So they basically get like, you know, what I just called gravity-induced like fucking facelifts, like force lifts. Like, do you know what I mean? And, like, they like have clips on the side of their head and shit. It's foul looking. It's fucking foul looking. Like, you know when media actually used to have a semblance of truth in it and used to take the piss out of things, but like that's what Jeff Bezos's bitch looks like. She's like like she looks like that if she like when she breathes her lips are gonna split. Like it's just. I wouldn't be surprised if when she like inhales, like there's like a faint whistle, like she's like like if you saw that bitch in a dark alley, like man, that would fucking scare the shit out of me. Like if you were like a little bit, like if you came out of a pub after a few too many pints with the lads, like, and you're like, I'm just gonna down here, I'm gonna take a piss, like, you know, you go down an alley to like, you know, take a piss because there's no toilets and they won't let you back in the pub, and you're like leaning up against the wall taking a leak, and you just look to your right, and she's just like, I went to space, and you're like, Jesus Christ. Like she's terrifying looking, like, but she's looking dead at the camera, like her face is just like, it's like her face is trying to make triangles. Like, it's fucking like her face is trying to prove how good she is at algebra. Like, it's just like she's in a constant state of pushing out the fucking most insane, largest, fiber-ridden, hard-ass shit she's ever pushed out of her fucking clamped shut hole ever. Like, just this like. Oh, it's ridiculous. She's a foul looking thing, like, and Katy Perry used to be hot. Like, there was no argument about that, like, do you know what I mean? There's a reason Russell Brand like married her and shagged her for a while. It's like, Jesus Christ, you're beautiful, like, do you know? And then look at her now. You can see it, you can see the wrinkles. You can see that she's got like ditches in her forehead. You know, like whatever about crow's feet, like, do you know what I mean? Like, Fuck's sake, like, it looks like somebody got a fucking, like, a mining laser to her skin. It's ridiculous. Anyway. Where am I? Vessel of Perdition would make for a rad metal band name. Oh, the whiff of tuna off that. Holy fuck. That was really strong. Vessel of Perdition. What does perdition mean again? I've never seen that movie. What was it? The Road to Perdition with Tom Hanks? Isn't that supposed to be like a really good movie? About like fucking American gangsters or something in the 50s or some shit. I just remember they were all wearing like mafioso coats and fedoras and shit. There was like a famous scene with a Tommy gun in the rain or something. I don't know. Like, what does perdition mean? I know somebody's probably going to put it in the chat, but I want to like see it with my own eyes. A state of eternal punishment. Ah, okay. Jesus, that is prophetic. Tom Hanks was in a movie called The Road to Perdition. That is wild. Complete and utter ruin. Holy fuck, that's biblical. In the literal sense. And it's specifically in Christian theology, a state of eternal punishment and damnation into which a sinful and unrepentant person passes after death. It's similar to damnation. Perdition. Jesus. Christians are so intense with that stuff. You will forever burn in the fires of hell. Like, you know, it's like, how the fuck do you know? Have you been there? Like, and if you've been there, what the fuck did you do? Do you know what I mean? How does that make any sense? You will forever burn in the fires of hell for your sins. Okay, Archbishop Kitty Fiddler. How do you know this? Did you just read it in a book that were written by priests before you and priests before them and priests before them? Like, fuck's sake, like, you know, it's like Douglas Murray's fucking, like, I've been to Israel and I've had the sodomy, so only I can speak of such things. It's like, give the fuck over. Like, people have imaginations. People have the ability to conceive of things in their mind. And if they don't, it's probably because you fill them with fluoride, you fucking cunts. The raiders took over the farmers. They farmed the farmers. Yeah, but, like, wasn't there a thing where, like, the only reason that the raiders raided was because they either forgot how to farm or they couldn't farm? Like, they were farmers, but they just so happened to live in a place... Like, maybe that's propaganda that I've fallen for, but, like, you know, I suppose that makes sense. And, it's, you know, if, like... No, well, yeah, how did you get there? Well, like, how did the Kalahari Bushmen survive in such a harsh environment? You know? How do the Inuits still exist in the snow? So then, yeah, it would be people... Yeah, it's probably this, yeah, proper, like, Sons of Cain stuff, where it's, like, people who got sick of living in a harsh environment because they're weak would choose to go and steal and murder and take from other people. I don't know. I mean, like, because there is the Box Saga myths of, like, Dan and Sven coming from the ice, and, like, you can have both. Like, you can have generation and generation of, like, really harsh living, where you kind of do lose your humanity in the... Well, not... I wouldn't describe it as humanity. They're still human. You would become incredibly apathetic, and it's just kill or be killed. And it's like orcs, like, you know, only the biggest orc is in charge. Fucking, he's the biggest, strongest orc, so he gives the orders. It's like that. Like, it's like, because strength, sheer, like, will to live and will to kill is what dictates survival, then you would have a race of male and females who are just like huge, really good looking, really strong, powerful, but they're from an environment that it's like, if you're weak, you're dead. So if that's the case, then you would, like the Mongols showing up in places in Persia or whatever, they'd be like, why have you got a gold plate? You know, you could have like used this to buy stuff. You could have made a spear out of this. You could have made a knife, like even like something. But a plate? You eat off gold? Like, what the fuck is this shit? You know? And like, I don't know, you could also argue the other way. Like maybe the Persians figured it out that if you make cups and plates and bowls out of gold, pure gold, it's like healthier and cleaner. What if that's why they, like, do you know what I mean? It's like, what if it wasn't just shiny opulence? Like, what if it was like, it did actually serve a purpose of like, well, we wear gold bands around our heads and our wrists and stuff like that, and we eat off gold plates, and we drink out of gold cups, because when you place food on or in, or you place water in a golden vessel, because, like, we know that geometry has an effect on things. Like, look at the stuff that Chris Gardner does. Like, you know, when you place water in a certain shape, and then when you move it and stuff, like when you vortex water and all, like structure water and shit like that, what if using gold, what if wearing pure gold and eating out of and off of pure gold is actually good for you? You know? And like a barbarous, violent, strength-only mentality would perceive that as like, you use gold for plates, you weakling. But it's like sure, yeah, the average man could get killed, was killed by like one Mongolian woman warrior, never mind male warrior. But that's because they were scribes and poets and shit. Like, do you know what I mean? They lived in a state of opulence where they didn't have to learn how to fight. It wasn't a necessity. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. It's like, it's not just because people have sinned so much that they've gotten weak. It's just the reality is that they live in a society that is flourishing. So you have warriors and then you have poets. But then if you live in a society that's only fucking flourishing for the people who are willing to kill or be killed, the only people who flourish, in quotes, and you wouldn't describe it as flourishing, because if anything, you're only alive as long as you can kill the next guy beside you. Like, you know, remember if you've never seen the movie The 13th Warrior, they explain this perfectly in The 13th Warrior, how the Norsemen, or the Northmen, the men of the North, how they dealt with hierarchy and inheritance of power. They're, like, the king dies, right? And I think his name is Beowulf. Is it Beowulf? Beowulf, yeah. I think it's Beowulf, yeah. Is, like, huge, blonde, blue-eyed, you know, fucking chin like a tank. And he's sitting at the end of the table, and they're all eating. And the Persian lads, who are played, funny enough, by Antonio Banderas, who we all know is like, what is he, Spanish or Mexican or something like. But the two Persian guys are sitting at the table and they're talking, and one of the Persian guys is like, he knows stuff about the Northmen, so he's explaining to Antonio Banderas' character how everything works. It's like, so this is the second in charge, and this is like how their warriors do, and blah blah blah, like, you know. And the Persians are disgusted by how the Northmen live, which is, I think, propaganda as well, because from all of the known archaeological sources, from what I've heard, the Northmen were incredibly clean. Vikings were like incredibly they were like almost obsessed with grooming and cleanliness. So this bullshit of them being real dirty and, like, you know, horrific barbarians and stuff like that, it's like, it's hard to sift through what is propaganda and what is straight up truth. You know, so like on the one hand, they were incredible, very efficient, very, you know, straightforward yet creative, just like proficient killers. They were really proficient killers. So it doesn't make any sense necessarily that they would be filthy dirty. Because if you have the mindset to be a proficient killer, like think of it, the Germans, do you know what I mean? So your engineering is intense, but you're filthy dirty. Yeah, that doesn't correlate. If your engineering is like high quality, that means that you have the mindset of like doing a good job at stuff and being proficient at shit. So that means that you would be like fastidious and like meticulous. And if you're fastidious and meticulous and like, you know, neat and like you get neat and tidy, that means you'd be clean. Like you would be like you would know how to keep stuff clean and why to keep stuff clean and all that shit. And from what we've seen, the desert dwellers are the ones that are usually dirty as fuck. You know? At least in our generation, in our era. All the desert dwelling sandal wearers fucking are the ones that smell horrific. They're fucking... they do horrific shit that's like incredibly unsanitary. Like, and it's always too hot and shit. And like, that's why like, you know, when you mix unsanitary behavior with a hot environment, you get foul smells and foul gases and stuff. It all makes sense. It's much harder for bacteria to survive in a cold environment. You know, you don't get anywhere near the same amount of bugs. You don't get anywhere the same amount or the same type of bacteria in a cold environment. Which is another reason why I think my parasite theory is true, because you would have, like, think about it, right? Just like humans that manage to survive in sub-zero climates are like really big and powerful and intelligent and all these things, typically. What kind of organisms like can survive in like really, really, really cold environments? Think about it. Like, do you know what I mean? Sure, Antarctica is called, like, you know, Antarctica because it's like, yeah, without bears or land with no bears or whatever, like, do you know? But like, what if you look at the South? Is it the South Pole then or whatever? Like, fucking, the polar bear is the biggest, most dangerous bear, and they usually like they're always on their own. They only meet. They're like tigers and fucking leopards and shit. They only meet up with a female to fuck, and then the rest of the time they're on their own. So like the most like think about it, like, do you know, like the most dangerous, the biggest, right? So even though it's in the harshest environment, so it needs the most calories and needs to find the most food, it's the biggest. It's also the most aggressive. It's also the most inquisitive, which would correlate which would correlate with which would line up with you know, like intelligence. It's creative, like, do you know what I mean? Like, they're inquisitive. They like look into bunkers and you see videos like that where like somebody's in one of those fucking huts that you're in a research fucking hut on your own for like, you know, 7 days at a time or some shit like that in the middle of fucking nowhere in Greenland or some shit, and a fucking polar bear just like saunters up and starts like trying to find a way in, you know? Like that's fascinating to me. So like you would think, right, that something like grizzlies would be the biggest and the most intelligent, because there's way more biological material, there's way more biological like competition, and they're in the environment that has way more variables, you know? But the truth is that abundance breeds complacency. Do you know, like, think about it. Like, so like you're in an environment that has everything you need all the time. It's within walking distance. It's not difficult to hunt. Do you see where I'm coming with this? Like, do you know what I mean? So it's like the harsher the environment, the stronger the creature. It's not what you think it would be. You'd think the harsher the environment, the smaller it would have to be, the more like, you know, it only needs a certain amount of calories. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, the only reason it's able to survive in a harsh environment is because it doesn't need a lot to survive. Not true. Those things are fucking huge. They need to eat a lot of meat, and they need to be really intelligent to survive in that environment. Like, that's fascinating. When you look at a fucking, like, a hot rainforest, Amazon jungle kind of scenario, you would initially think that like something like a grizzly bear or a tiger or some shit like that has all this competition, has all this like, you know, other predators, has all of this like incredibly intricate, you know, colorful, dense environment. So we would have to like learn how to, you know, exist within all this stuff, compete with all this stuff, learn how to get through all this, how to find food and all. But that's not the case. There's so much biological material and there's so much variance. There's so many varied biological materials and stuff like that, that it's just basically abundance. So they actually become, in a sense, complacent compared to the stuff in the ice. The stuff in the ice has to be smarter, has to be like, you know, has to have like a greater will to live. Like, you know what I mean? Even though they're animals, like it's fascinating. And like that would give you, there's no way that's a result of chaos. Do you know, that's another thing to like intelligent design, is that like there's no way there's no way you got that from just like random chaos shite. That's like bioengineering. Do you know what I mean? It's like, how can I make an animal that will survive with, like, think about it, like, do you know, like the only thing around is snow. So there's only like there's like three variables in your environment. There's water, there's snow, and there's rock. That's it. And there's just like vast distances of nothing. And it's freezing cold. Like, you would literally have to design a creature to be able to survive that environment. That's fucking fascinating. So, if the polar bear and the, like, you know, the killer whale and the leopard seal and the fucking Arctic now when you get to the Arctic fox, it kind of switches it up, because they're typically smaller than other foxes and they've massive ears and they're actually adorable little things. But like, they have this insanely like sophisticated ability. That's why their ears are so big. They have this ability to like, their prey can hear them coming from like fucking dozens of feet or like meters away, because it can detect differences in the snow. It can detect when something is disturbing the snow. So that's why they have really big ears, because they can hear something from fucking, you know, dozens of meters away. And what they do is they like pounce, and then they wait, and then they pounce again. So it's kind of like it's a similar kind of survival tactic, but on the opposite end of the spectrum to like how you get past the worms in Dune, where like those things can detect movement. So your movement has to be, you know, in a sense, really difficult to detect. Not undetectable, but like harder to detect. Unnoticeable to something that's, you know, noticing everything. Like, that's fascinating. Like, that lends yet even more credence to my parasite theory, where like, just like there's parasites in a jungle that like spore from some kind of fungal mass, and they infect ants and snails and slugs and shit, and they make them like bug out, pun not intended, fucking, but like, so they turn like ants and slugs and stuff into like straight up fucking literally mind controlled zombies, and then get them to go to a specific tree at a specific time of day and do a specific thing, and then like they basically kill it and then spore it again to propagate the species. Could you imagine how sophisticated an organism of that kind would have to be to survive in sub-zero temperatures? What kind of like basically bioweapon is lying underneath the snow in Antarctica? Like, that would make an entire species like mankind fucking form a treaty. If you found something like that, like when Admiral Byrd went over the wall and found another fucking continent and all this shit, like, what if you got over there and you were like, oh my god, look, more human beings. But they weren't human beings. They were human plus. You know? Like the Goa'uld from SG-1. The Stargate SG-1 or something, like, you know. They look human. For the most part, they behave like humans. But then you started realizing that they kind of have this, like, almost telepathic hive mind mentality. they still have a degree of individualism because they're living in a state of symbiosis with something else that you can't initially see. And you're like, there's something up here. Like, that would be an amazingly logical reason for everyone in our known realm to be like, okay, no one's allowed to go to Antarctica. Because think about it. If you have people going to Antarctica and making deals with these fuckers and like engaging in commerce and stuff like that, it's just like you go microcosm, macrocosm, right? So one of the problems that we have in the modern realm here in our paradigm, in our enclosed area, is China, and how much China is like using our complacency and our consumerism and stuff against us. So they're bugging park benches in England. They're fucking putting trackers in cars. They're fucking getting all sorts of like data farming apps and stuff installed in, like, you know, all of these like things like Temu and shit, right? Like, you know, so all the other governments are like, oh my god, stop buying all this shit from China, stop making all this shit in China, because China's gonna win, because China is like engaging in unrestricted warfare. They're not fighting on a battlefield with guns. They're fighting like in your mind and in your spirit, and they're doing it in like invisible, like digital areas and shit and all this stuff. Well, if you extrapolate upon that, mankind came across an issue where when we got to the snow regions, we're like, oh look, more land. So initially you have the problem of like, oh well, you know, how are we going to deal with this, because we're already dealing with like oil and petrol and shit, and like, you know, nobody wants to admit that you can run an engine on water, because otherwise they're not going to make a lot of money. So you already have the problem of like, I mean, Admiral Byrd did say that, as far as I remember, in one of the interviews, where he was like, oh well, you know, it kind of gets rid of the oil crisis in the sense that like there's probably a load more oil over there because there's like load of land and shit, like, you know, so it's like at least oil would be really cheap, you know. So but you still have that like economic resource argument. But what if it wasn't that at all? What if it was the fact that they found another species of human there that we've been like cut off from for like thousands of years or some shit, or maybe it was only a couple of hundred, because like, you know, for all we know, our history's been lied about. So like, I mean, obviously it's been lied about, but like, I mean, to that degree. What if they got there and they came across these people and they were fucking terrified of them because they're more sophisticated in certain ways, you know? Like, what if they are way more technologically advanced? Like, don't you think there would be a benefit to a hive? Like, don't get me wrong, we all want to keep our individualism, and like the idea of being hooked into a hive mind is like terrifying because you would lose yourself. But what if you don't? What if that's propaganda? Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, it's fascinating to ponder, where it's like, what if they're slowly taking us over from beyond the ice for our benefit? Do you know what I mean? At least from their perspective. What if they're like, no, you don't get it. Like, once you're in the hive mind, the ego of the individual is removed, and it actually gets rid of lots of problems. And in a kind of like a, you know, utilitarian way, is like, no, yeah, it's more efficient to be a hive, because it's almost like the ego of the conscious man is removed, and man chooses to be more proficient, like the animals that God designed to be in the kingdom. You know, like it's not like wildebeest fucking have arguments about kind of what religion to follow. They just migrate. They just do what they're programmed to do. So what if humans have actually gone off the God designed path because we choose to, because we have free will, because of our ego, you know? And the idea of returning to some kind of unified state is terrifying to us, and that's why we're fighting against it so much. But it actually wouldn't be that bad, because you don't actually lose your individualism. You just basically have an innate built-in telepathy. But what if that's a trick? What if that's like the lie that they're going to propagate of like, oh no, it's okay. Like, you know, the hive is a good thing. Like, do you know what I mean? The whole kind of body snatcher scenario where it's like, one of us, like, you know, come into the fold kind of thing. Like, I don't know yet. It's fascinating to ponder, though. It's like that would be a, like, more than resources, more than fucking, like, oh, they're hiding biblical secrets or whatever. If we just came across a group of people that live in a state of symbiosis with another organism, kind of like a fungus or a mold or a form of mushroom or a parasite or something like that, that lives within them. Maybe it's attached to the base of their, you know, brainstem or their nervous system in the pelvic region, where, like, you know, there's a huge nerve cluster there. That'd be closer to your gut biome, and it, like, alters your gut biome and all that shit. Like, what if they literally are just, like, in, like, if you were to do stats in an RPG, what if they're just better than we are in certain ways because they have the added benefit of being in a hive mind? And that's why their tech is, like, more superior, you know? Plus the fact that we've been, like, separated for a while, and, like, our ancestors forgot a load of stuff when we came through the ice and all this shit or something. I don't know. It could be both. It could be both. You know? There's so many factors. There's so many variables and stuff. That's why if you haven't watched the show Colony, like, look it up, watch it. It's really good, like. There's, like, good aliens and bad aliens. There's the aliens that want to, like, look after us, and then there's the aliens that want to, like, just, like, annihilate us and farm us and stuff like that. Like, because that's the thing, isn't it? It's like a form, like, an intelligent enemy wouldn't seek to just, like, you know, extinct you from existence. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, an intelligent adversary wouldn't just kill you, because we don't even do that. Like, why else would you have prisoners of war? You know, it's like, just kill them all. It's like, yeah, but I mean, it might be fun, but, like, then we have to clean up the bodies, and, like, you know, women and children tend to scream when you kill them. Like, it's very unpleasant, like, and kind of annoying. Like, at least with men, it's more of just, like, a fucking, like, yeah, fucking kill me, I'm not afraid of you. Like, you know, it's more of, like, a hunter-prey kind of thing. It's like a competition, but, like, just, there's no honor in slaughtering women and children. It's much more enlightened to take them as prisoners and broodmares and, you know, fucking sons and daughters and stepsons and daughters or slaves, you know. So it'd be the same thing with, like, somebody fucking competing with us in a species sense. It would be a thing of, like, all right, well, like, it'd be stupid to just kill all the humans. I mean, we could. I mean, we could just, like, vaporize them in an instant if we wanted to. But that would take a lot of energy, and then there'd be kind of like a cleanup, because you'd have, like, human being particulates flying through the air for God knows how long, and you'd have to hoover all that biomatter up and all. Like, so, like, we're just gonna slowly infiltrate them and, like, you know, turn them into a hive like we are. And, like, isn't that kind of what you've noticed the last few decades? Is that this, like, you know, we need a one world society, a new world order where everything is under the one umbrella. Klaus Schwab and looks like Sub-Zero. Like, that's kind of what's happening, is, like, they want us all to be this, like, grey mass of just, like, concrete. Like, look at cities. Cities look like hives. You know? Like, when I was like, sometimes when I talk about this shit, I'm like, fuck me, man. If I'm right, this is terrifying. Like, but it's so, like, it just fits. It fits. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it solves the UFO problem. It solves, like, aliens. It also solves all of our mythology, because it's like, you know, oh, these angels and demons, and, like, some of them look like clowns, some of them look like bugs, some of them look like this. Like, that could all just be allegory, that could all just be metaphorical. But, like, the truth of something greater than us having, like, total fucking control over, like, how we behave, because it is so far beyond our capabilities, you know? Like, the ability to just show up in a craft that is undetectable. You can't, even if you could detect it, you can't fight it, you know, because it's like, you know, they don't even need to fight, because they can just fuck off. They could just leave in an instant, so they don't even need to fight. But if they were forced to fight, could you imagine if one of those things was forced to fight? It'd probably just turn around and, like, in a flash of light, a whole fucking half of a fucking like hundreds and thousands of meters of a diameter of an area would just be like glass or dust, you know? It solves everything. It answers everything. The idea of like, you know, where we come from, who made us, like, well, okay, it doesn't answer everything, cuz I still kind of think that there would be like some kind of divine thing, you know, like some kind of like singular consciousness or some shit that is like, you know, the source of creation itself or some shit like that. Like, but it makes too much sense to me that I just don't think we're the apex predator. I think it's incredibly arrogant to be like, oh yeah, like we figured out fire and then we figured out spears, and then just like over a series of like like a couple of 100,000 years, we slowly like ebbed our way into like being like the apex predator through our intellect and all this shit. It's like, okay, sure, fine. I mean, that makes sense to a degree, but like, I mean, so it just ends with us. You got lions, tigers, and bears, oh my, and then humans, and humans are just like the pinnacle of biological evolution. Give me a fucking break. Most animals are like way cooler than us for all sorts of reasons. The only reason that we have an advantage over animals is like the technology we have, and the technology we have, even like when you look at the mythology, we didn't make anything. We didn't invent anything. We inherited it. It was given to us. It was gifted. And as far as the mythology is concerned, when it was gifted, there were a few people who were really not happy about that. Like, you know, like, you gave the monkeys fire? Yeah, I mean, what could happen? What could possibly go wrong? And like, what the fuck did you do? Like, it's like, that makes loads of sense. Like, like, Lucy gave the monkeys fire? Yeah, tell me about it. Oh my god, like, oh fuck, oh god, what are we gonna do? Like, 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 somebody call Gabriel. Like, do, fucking, like, completely upends an entire civilization, and Noah's just on a boat being like, oh god, oh jeez. Like, I hope I'm not the only one that got out alive. Like, what if that's what the flood, like, you know, what if that's what the, like, there's been apocalypse after, like, you know, they keep trying to, like, what if that's a fascinating thought, actually, right? So, like, what if there was a few times where they tried to kill every single last one of us because we became, like, a plague on Earth? You know, we were doing, like, all sorts of fucked up shit to each other and to animals, right? And we became such a blight on Eden, or whatever this place is called as far as other people are concerned, or whatever. We became such a fucking problem that the gods, in quotes, were like, all right, fuck this, just Control Alt Delete, right? End the program. And every time they've tried to do it, there's been like one fucker like Noah that like one of them. Do you know what I mean? Because that's how it works in our society. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, do you know, there's always one guy that's like, hey, you know, fucking, there's a secret tunnel to the left. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you know, you fucking pay to get somebody on a boat when nobody, like, you know, under cover of darkness, they get the women and children onto a skiff and just like, you know, like, and then an hour before the city gets hit by a nuke, they manage to get away. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, that would make total sense where if you had the people who are like, claimed to be like, you know, oh, the evil judgmental gods from the, what was it, the Old Testament or whatever. It's like he wanted to bring destruction upon us and punish us for our sins and all this stuff. What if they're right? What if, like, you know, from their perspective, it's like, you guys have corrupted this place to such a fucking degree that we're just going to get rid of every single... What if they just see us as pests? Like, isn't that what we do with rats and fucking, like, you know, like, fucking... Like, the only thing that can come to my mind right now is rats. or like a termite infestation or some kind of bug infestation that's like destroying the wood in your house or something. Like typically it's rats. It's typically rats. But like on the one, like how funny is that? So you've got rats that we see as pests, and they're typically rougher, meaner, bigger, and they're like grey or brown, right? And we see them as like an infestation. But then when we use rats in a lab, they're white and they're kind of cute and cuddly, but we do really fucked up shit to them. We literally use them as we use rats as guinea pigs. Like this fucking the English language and the way we use it is so fucked up. But like we use lab rats to experiment on. So just like a farmer treats his animals better but kills them anyway and like steals resources from them. You know, like, yeah, eat the grain, now give me your milk. You know, like, or like, thanks for the eggs, chop. Like, either way you look at it, the stuff we do is like, from certain perspectives, like really fucked up. But the argument, the justification for it is like, well, how else would we survive? I mean, like, other animals survive because they eat typically other animals, or they eat some kind of like thing. You know, like they eat like grass or leaves or like vegetables or fruit or some shit. Like, but isn't one of the biblical stories that back when, before Eden like got corrupted, even the lion didn't eat meat? It like was friend to the lamb and shit. So like, what if there was a point where like nothing consumed another living creature? Everything was fed by a thing. A carrot, a kumquat, an eggplant, a leaf, grass, twigs, bananas. You know, like none of those things are living. It just pop comes off of a plant. Which, if you're a bioengineer and you're designing an environment where everything can just flourish, i.e. Eden, where everything is perfect in quotes, that is how you would do it. You would have these like intelligent grazing creatures that consume a product and then shit out a product, and and shit creates soil, which creates more product. So it's just this circle of life, and like nothing really dies. It just like grows, exists, and then stops, and then fades, and then grows again. So, like, is that why the Bible says thou shalt not kill? Is that what that meant? Is that like the second, like, you know, everything started killing things, that's what corrupted everything? You know? And like, that would be a great excuse to kill a lot of us. It's like, you motherfuckers, like the second we gave you fire, you put it on the end of a stick and you started hunting fucking mammoths in the snow and making fucking shoes and spears out of them and shit, like, do you know what I mean? And like, since then everything has been fucked. Right, now we're gonna flood the place. And like, every time they tried to get rid of us all, one of them made sure we survived. You know? It's not their fault. They don't know any better. Forgive them, Father. They know not what they do. Like, that's fucking really fascinating to like, because basically all I'm doing is I'm blending all of it together as if it's like half true and not half. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, okay, what if it's all just true to a degree? Aliens, demons, the divine realm. What if it's all the same thing? What if it's all just stories about what has happened up until now? You know? Makes perfect sense. And like, I don't know about you guys, but one of the things that has provided me with a sense of like calm and catharsis is listening to somebody like Owen just make things make sense. Because that's what comedy used to do, you know? Well, back when comedy was good, back when you had like these amazing stand-up comics in the UK every day just getting up on stage, or every weekend or whatever, you know, back when we used to have to wait for TV shows. You'd sit down on a Friday night or a Saturday night and they would take the living piss out of like our everyday life. You know, when you go to work and your boss does this and like, you know, Is it just me, or does one of these, like, if you know, office jobs suck, and like one of these days, like, they just described reality and like took the piss out of it, like, you know, creatively took the piss out of it, which gave us almost like a sense of justification. It's like, yeah, everything's fucked up, but at least we're being honest about it, you know. And the last, like, ballpark 20 years. Somebody somewhere thought it'd be a good idea to get rid of that. What if they've tried to kill us all so many times and have failed that they've decided that it's better to farm us and allow us to kill ourselves? Huh? It's like, what if we farm them for resources that we need, and at the same time we convince them to control their own population by killing themselves? You know? You brainwash them to a degree where they have no idea that they're in an enclosed environment surrounded by ice, and that even if they went up really high in the sky, they're gonna hit like a steadfast barrier because of like whatever the fuck is up there. So they've no idea that they're trapped essentially in a prison, a beautiful prison, but a prison. And they've also no idea that they're constantly being watched, not only by God, but by another group of either them or a different species, who has essentially trained them to just perpetually kill each other over nonsense. Or perpetually kill each other through ignorance. That's some fascinating shit. You know? There's a reason why I like constantly think about this stuff. Why I'm constantly watching videos about like all this like esoteric stuff and like biblical shit and all, and tales, and fucking looking up symbolism, and it's like, what is the Dharma like actually? Why does the Dharma symbol actually look like that? What does it represent? The mind, body, spirit, fucking all this shit. Like, you know, it's like when you look at all of it, it just makes life make sense, but then at the same time, there's still holes, which is why I'm kind of like, my mind is like reaching out into the fucking limits of like, well, why, you know, Owen's, like, people like Owen are right, like truthers in quotes are right, like, you know, why aren't we allowed to go to Antarctica? Oh, the penguins. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Why is it militarized? Why is like the only thing that everybody agrees on is that we're not allowed to go into the snow? I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, so on the one hand, they'll vaccinate you and lie to you about, like, you know, it's safe and effective. So they'll lie to you about the most obscene shit, the simplest shit. And they'll tell you that it's for your own good, like, do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, you need this, you need that, otherwise you'll get cancer and die. Everything fucking gives you cancer. And the only way to cure cancer is to, like, radiate the fuck out of you and turn you into a walking corpse. But they don't want you, like, the one thing, so they all argue over, like, no, we own this, and no, you're not allowed in these waters, and everything from fucking intellectual property, like, you know, copyright law and all this stuff, and like, you killed all the Jews, so you owe us money, Poland, arguing over all this nonsense, and half of it's like totally made up and a lie. But the one thing that most countries agree on is we're not allowed to go to the really cold place. For reasons. Oh, well, it's just a waste of resources. A waste of resources? You people shoot stuff into space allegedly every few fucking weeks now. Waste of resources. Give me a fucking break. You spend more time going up than you do down. Gee, I wonder why. What will you find? How many times have you gone down, and like that dude that went down and was like, water starts to take on a different form when we get down to the really deep waters. It was a form of jelly that we, like, use the fucking submarine arm to, like, go out and poke the water beneath the... They found a pool of water at the bottom of the ocean. Like, excuse me? Like... It's like that sentence alone should just, like, make your brain melt. It's like, yeah, we found a puddle of water. Where was it? At the bottom of the ocean.
Sorry, what? Like, yeah, when we poked it, it was kind of like jelly. Like, but like, we couldn't actually get through it and stuff. Like, so we tried to take some samples and then go up and tell everybody. But then, you know, we mysteriously died in a helicopter crash. Like, how many things needs to happen before, like, people start to realize that it's like, okay, like, yeah, like, something's going on here. Like, when people get to, like, the places we're not allowed to go to and start asking questions, they're either disappeared or killed or fucking, like, you know, your YouTube channel's deleted and you're blacklisted or some shit. It's like, hang on a minute, like, what's this about? Like, and like, I don't know if like I don't think I could. Like, it's probably my ego as well. Like, you know, like, I can barely control my fuck. Well, I'm doing a good job the last few years, but like, I still have problems with my wrath. You know, lust not so much. I've been with the same woman for like God knows how long, but like, yeah, I'm still a fucking horn dog. Like, you know what I mean? Like, fucking, not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but like, you know, like, I'm faithful and shit. So I don't know if lust is still. I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, like, I'll still, like, you know, I'll see like an attractive woman, and my brain still goes ooga booga. But like, I don't do anything. You know, I don't engage. It's not like I fucking chat up other women like in the fucking queue getting the shopping. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't, like, you know, I don't talk to other bitches online. Like, you know, so it's like, if anything, wrath is my problem, and wrath is a result of like frustration and fucking sadness and grief and all these things, and like a profound sense of injustice, which, you know, I'm catching up on Owen's stream from yesterday. Hilarious stuff, taking on that fucking beta male fucking Squirtus. Hilarious fucking stuff. I'm about halfway through it, but there's something he said about, like, when, like, you know, Amy is able to tell what kind of cry that his kids are expressing, and Frederick, the 2-year-old, was like, you know, crying in a particular way, and Owen looked at Amy, and Amy was like, that's the cry of injustice. And like, that's so fucking true. There is like this profound, like, that's one of the things that really gets on my nerves, is like the ubiquitous, profound sense of injustice. This ever-present feeling that I can't shake of, this is not right, this is not, like, good, this is not okay, this is not, stuff should not be this way, you know? Like, when you see someone kick a puppy or something, you're just like, hey, what the fuck? You know, it's not okay, like, do you know what I mean? And it's not like people kicking puppies randomly is our fucking worst. Like, the world has gotten so dark. It's gotten so dark. And I know people will be like, you know, oh, well, it was darker before. Ugh, arguable. Like, that's really debatable. Do you know what I mean? Is like, if anything, we have a greater capacity to be more fucked up now. You know? Like, is that why it was such a bad idea that we were given the fire, metaphorically? Is because they knew, they were like, you fucking idiot, you have just, like, they already have a great capacity for all sorts of fucking stuff. That's why we created them. They are the farmers of Eden. Like, do you know what I mean? They're supposed to, like, be the mediators. They're supposed to take care of the place, and you just gave them fire. You just increase their capacity for evil a millionfold. This will never not, like, this is, what's the term? Irreversible. An irreversible sin. The unforgivable sin. The original sin. What if the original sin was never committed by, like, what if like the myth is wrong? What if it wasn't given to us? What if we stole it? That seems like a way more human thing to do. Maybe I just don't have faith in our own species anymore, but can you blame me? But like, what if that's one of our own, like, little propaganda myths about ourselves? Like, do you know what I mean? It's like when Prometheus angered the gods and gave us the fire. That seems like it could be a lie, you know? What if Prometheus is sitting somewhere being like, you lying motherfuckers, I didn't give you shit. like, you know, what if it was the total opposite? Like, you've seen people lie about Owen Benjamin to the degree that they lie about Owen Benjamin, calling him literally the opposite of what he is. Grifter, shill, sellout. They're calling him a Jew now. Do you know what I mean? So if Owen Benjamin, a comedian, homesteader, truther, can be called a shill, Jew, grifter, right? What if Prometheus didn't give us the fire? What if we have a collective victim consciousness out of narcissism because we stole the fire and now we regret it? Or at least some of us do, you know? What if we stole the fire? That seems like a way more human thing. If I had that, I would be able to compete. Well, how do we get that? Well, why don't we just take it? That seems incredibly human. Judging by, like, our behavior throughout history, that seems incredibly human. That there was, like, whatever you want to call them, the gods, you know, like, or whatever. Like, there was another species, or is another species that is superior to us, that has been around longer, that knows way more than we do, and they had something we didn't. And we were like, imagine what we could do if we had that. And like, maybe they did subjugate some of us. Maybe there was good gods and there was bad gods. Like, do you know what I mean? There were like, some of us were leading amazing lives because we were like being catered for and like used as slaves or like sex slaves or whatever. Like, just like the Romans, you know? Some of us had opulent, safe lives. And then some of us were like treated like fucking shit and abused. And then there was the ones that like were the in-betweeners who were like, well, I don't want to be a slave and I refuse to allow myself to be treated like shit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to steal the fire of the gods. So I'm going to level the playing field between us and them a bit. You know? That sounds incredibly possible. And it would explain why they're really pissed off at us. Like, you know, you can just imagine some like 10-foot tall squid dude in alien armor just being and there's just subtitles being like, my lord, they have stolen the orb. And one of them is just like like, it's like, yeah, no shit, like one of the monkeys stole the orb. like panic. Like, oh. Anyway, how long have I been rambling? Iron Man Baru, welcome. The spooky stories of Vikings were from the perspective of salty Englishmen who had their women taken by Chadvark Chaddison. Yeah, like, definitely. Not followers of Christ. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? How, like, it doesn't, like, I was about to say it doesn't matter who you follow. It doesn't. Like, there's bound to be some cool Satanists. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's cool Jews. Like, we all know, like, in general, the stereotype of the Jews. Yeah, but we also know that there's some cool Jews, right? Christians, loads of cool Christians, typically cool Christians, but there's also some really fucked up Christians. Same with the Muslims. There's some cool Muslims. There's some lots of fucked up Muslims. You have black people. Not all black people are niggers. Not all white people are white trash or wiggers or whatever, or privileged scum, whatever, you know, like, whatever term you want to fucking use. Like, not all Asians, you know, shit in the street. All this fucking stuff, like, you know, it's like there are rules, yes, but there's also those, you know, the ones that don't follow the rules, and so it doesn't really matter who you follow, really. Like, when it boils down to it, what matters is how you follow them and why. You know, like you could use that for Owen and the bear community. It doesn't matter if you follow Owen Benjamin and his thought processes and his opinions, or if you call yourself a bear and you're in the bear community. What matters is why and how. You know? There might even be cool Irish. I know, right? I mean, perish the thought. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, like I'd say that's a good saying. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like it doesn't really matter who you follow. It matters how you follow them and why you're following them. You know, there's bound to be some cool Satanists that genuinely believe that Satan is like misunderstood and stuff. Like we were all brought up with the Disney idea of Hades, but if you actually look at the mythology of Hades, the realm of Hades is just where all the dead people go, and there's a section of Hades called the Elysian Fields, which is where all the nice people are. And then there's the section where like all the fucked up people go and they get punished. And then there's another section. So Hades is literally just the underworld where all the dead are. And Hades was actually supposed to be, allegedly, very fair and, like, you know, sympathetic to the dead. And, like, was, like, good to them and shit. Which is one of the reasons why he had it out with Zeus so often. Because, like, Hades was, he was literally the underdog. Do you know what I mean? Where, like, Hades was the one, like, kind of, like, sullenly and like in a brooding manner sitting in the underworld being like, I can't believe I'm down here dealing with all this shit while you fuckers are up there, you know, where it's all bright, and the way you people behave. Like, Zeus is going around changing into, like, Zeus was a tranny whenever he wanted to be. Do you know what I mean? He'd straight up like turn into women and fuck dudes to like make sure somebody had a son or something happened. Or sometimes he'd just do it for fun to fuck with people. Zeus was like taking wives whenever he wanted and having all sorts of fucking demigod children. Like, Hera was constantly pissed off with him. They were constantly fighting. And like, but like, yeah, like Hades did steal Persephone. But then a lot of that is supposed to be allegory for like the seasons and stuff. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, which parts are literal, which parts are allegorical or metaphorical? It's fascinating. Cause it's obvious to me that some of it is like true as fuck. Even some of the stuff that you would think is allegory. Like some angel blowing a horn and like these like massive walls being reduced to dust and stuff like that. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, that sounds like it could totally happen. You know, angels being like, there's different forms of angels. There's the seraphim, the heraphim, and like something else, or seraphim, cherubim, and heraphim. I can't remember what the third one is, but there's like seraphim, which is like I think it's like Gabriel and Michael and Raphael, which is kind of where they got the idea for Doom Guy, or at least what he is now, because that's what the bad guys call him, is seraphim. Which is one of the reasons that game is so cool now, is because they leaned into the demonology and shit, like in the biblical stuff. But it's like, so you have angels that are like warriors and are like more human. And then you have angels that are like, I don't think cherubim are actually children. I think they were like depicted in multiple different ways. I could be wrong. But then you have a third kind, which is like, you know, the 1,000 wings with the 1,000 eyes and the concentric spinning wheels and rings and stuff like that, which is supposed to just be terrifying and awe-inspiring all at the same time and shit. Like, and they were like the constants. They were like they were like these like almost like ethereal or elemental. Like, they're almost like if you look at everything like a computer, you have like designers, code writers, hackers, the code itself, and then like, you know, different kinds of programs and stuff. Again, that's why the Matrix is so cool, because they like stories that allow us to understand existence itself and how it works are the best stories, because they speak to us on a fundamental level. They speak to your spirit, not your mind. They speak to your subconscious. which I know is technically the mind and not the spirit, but like it's kind of both, isn't it? Like your subconscious is like automatic and instinctual. So you could say it's like the go between your waking mind and your soul is your subconscious. Like, you know, is that what the Dharma is? Like, I don't know. Fucking like I'm trying, you know, like, you know, I don't have the time, I don't think anybody does, to like just go through all of it and figure it all out and come to a kind of like basic understanding of like, okay, so this is kind of like how it works and what happened, but like I think I'm getting there. And I don't think that's an arrogant thing to say, because like I'm like, I know I'm not, it's not like I'm claiming to be right. Do you know what I mean? I just think I'm beginning to see something that makes sense. And it's not that it makes sense to my ego. It just makes sense. Cuz I'm not sitting here being like, I knew I was a Christian. I knew all along. It's like, no, it's like there is profound literal truth in this stuff. Like why grass is green kind of thing. You like, you know, why things fall kind of thing. Like, you know, it's there to be found. Seek and you shall find. Ask and you shall receive. All that stuff. Like, it's like there is truth out there. Isn't that fucking, is that the X-Files, or is that the Twilight? The truth is out there. It's true. It is. The truth is out there. Like, you just gotta look for it. Like, but like, no, it's so hard to have the time for it. Like, do you know what I mean? It's so hard to fucking like. What books do you get? What, like, who do you listen to? Where do you go? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's the truth isn't in a book or an app or like a fucking whatever. It's like it's the honest accumulation of experience and knowledge. Honestly, converged within yourself. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like like you have to, without ego, be like, okay, well, this seems to be the truth based on the evidence and the variables. So it's like based on X, Y, and Z, this seems to be the truth. There's a guy on YouTube called Metatron, like that seems to be like that. He seems pretty cool. Real metal looking fucker. I think he's Spanish. But he was saying that about another YouTuber who, like, they're kind of having like a what would you call it? Like a content back and forth about were the Moors really black? You know, were they actually black? And like the black guy is like, yeah, they were black, and then the Spanish guy is like, no, they weren't. That's like, it's so funny. Like I don't care. But that's what Metatron said. He was like, I don't care if I'm wrong. I don't care. Like, genuinely, I don't give a fuck if I'm wrong, because like wondering is like half the fun. And then typically when you find out what the truth is, like sometimes, yeah, it can be disappointing, because if you spend too much time in wonderment and fantasy and then you realize the truth, then sometimes the truth isn't as entertaining and as like fulfilling, like in a spiritual kind of childlike sense, as the fantasy. Which is probably why we're so susceptible to like Marvel movies and Disney and shit, where it's like, you know, oh my god, wow, like it, when it turns out the truth isn't that, it's much more like real. And if anything, it's like the angels in the Bible. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like people have all these, like, you know, it's like, oh, he comes down and he's beautiful and he has wings and there's light behind him and all this fucking shit, and then an actual angel shows up and everybody like shits themselves and starts puking because it's like so fucking intense. Like, it's like, I am Gabriel, and everyone's just like, like, like there's people just like licking the walls, crying, like, like it's like, I get the feeling I would probably just be silent, and a few tears would roll down my face. I don't think I'd like freak out. I don't think I'd be like, ah, but I think I'd probably just be like, and then like you would just see tears streaming out of my eyes. That's probably how I would react. That's how I feel like I would react. I don't think I'd even necessarily fall to my knees. I might even like faint or something like, you know. I'd be like, whoa, fuck. Like, but like, I don't think I'd be the type to be like, you know, to have like that in kind of like an anxiety attack, you know. Cause like when I see that in other people, it like disgusts me. When I see other people recoil from something that's like really impressive or beautiful or shocking, because I've had like small versions of it. I've had like comparably like minute versions of it where like, you know, you go to the zoo for the first time and you see how big something really is in real life, and like part of you can't believe it. Like part of you is like, oh my god, that's real. It's actually moving around and it's like licking stuff and like its eyes are like, oh my god, it's making eye contact with me. Oh Jesus. Like, but I've never been like scared. I'm trying to think of like it's funny. The one, that's actually very interesting. The one time I had genuine fear of something that I didn't want to stay in that environment was the first time that my father brought me to a martial arts place in my local area. I can't remember, I was still quite young, like maybe like 8 or something, maybe like 8, between 8 and 10. And it was funny because like I ended up getting really into martial arts after that, like, you know, and fucking to this day I like love martial arts. But like the first time he ever brought me to that environment, there was something about the noise and how everybody was doing the same thing aggressively. You know, like they were just doing basic karate where they were just like, you know, each ha, eat ha, and all this fucking shit, like oos and all this stuff. And your one was like, if you have a bead of sweat rolling down your face, you ignore it. If you think you're gonna cough, or if you have an itch, you ignore it, and all this fucking stuff. And I was just like, I don't like this. This is horrible. Get me out of here. Like, it was really intense, like, you know. But I think my child mind was kind of like, this seems bad. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, and it wasn't even like, because I had an understanding of like, this is good, this is bad. Like, you know, there are rules, you need to follow them and stuff like that. But that seemed like not nice or something to me as a kid. But then as I got older, I was like, oh, that's really cool. Like, because it's like, I grew fond of the potential for control and power. You know, which like made me not weak. So like, it like from what I could tell, I was like, oh, so like I'll be able to like deal with people that like are horrible to me, because I was getting bullied a lot, you know, because I was a ginger kid. I was a pasty ginger kid, like. So I was like, oh, so this is how I deal with the bad people, is like gung fu. Like, this is how you deal with the people who bully other people and me. Because it was funny, like, there'd be, like, I remember standing up for other people too, even though I could, like, it's not that I couldn't stand up for myself. It was just, it was a very emotional, traumatic experience for me when anytime I stood up for myself, like, there was times where I got in trouble, and then there was times where I didn't get in trouble because the parents or the adults in the situation were understanding, and they were like, no, you didn't do anything wrong, like, you were being bullied, that other kid was wrong, and you were right to stand up for yourself. But sometimes I did it a bit too harshly. I was like kind of animalistic about it, like, do you know what I mean? I think I told this story before, but it's a hilarious example of like retaliating too much and then feeling like guilt. Because there was a girl in my class when I was in primary school. She was huge. She was like taller. She was just as tall, if not taller, than the tallest boy in our class. And we all thought it was very strange. She was massive. Her name was Bhakti. And she wasn't like masculine or anything. She was quite feminine. And I ended up getting along with her at one point, like. But she was a proper bitch. She was a nasty person. And it was probably because, you know, people gave her shit about being foreign, so she like was nasty in return. But I was sitting on a bench one day, brooding because I'd already been bullied. And I can't remember what. I think it was the group of lads that used to kind of like make fun of me. And I was sitting on a bench. There was like this enclosed area, that we could all. It was like in the playground, but if it was raining, we could all like run into. We just used to call it the benches. It was kind of like a flat. What do you guys call it? There's a word for, like, you know where the benches are in like a stadium. I can't remember what the word is right now. But it's like there wasn't like levels to it. It was just flat, and there was just like one level, and it was enclosed in concrete, but open on the front, so you could just run for cover when the rain came. And I was in there, and I was brooding. I was very upset, and she was mocking me. And I got up and I just ran straight at her and threw her and knocked her to the ground. Like I didn't throw her. She was huge. There was no way I could lift that bitch. I ran like I rugby tackled her. Like I just ran into her and like boom, and like put myself through her chest. Because like she was literally like fucking, like she was huge. I literally had to look up at the bitch. It's fucking bad. Like she was mocking me, like. And I was already like feeling very vulnerable and weak because I was like sick of it. I was sick of like, why do I get so much shit? Like it's all just because I'm different. Like this is so fucked. Like, and obviously later I figured out that it wasn't just because I was different. Like, do you know what I mean? There was things I said. I used to make stuff up. Do you know what I mean? Like I was a weird kid. Like I had a fucked up father, in many ways. Like, you know, so like it wasn't like other kids' fault all the time. But then it was when it came to like, you know, oh look, he's the ginger kid or whatever. Like this is so fucked up, but like kids do it, whatever. Like, it's not like I hold resentment. Like it's just a good example. But I literally like stood up at it. Like I just stood up out of nowhere. She said something that triggered the fuck out of me, and I ran up and ran through her, and she hit the ground hard, like, and of course like burst into tears. But the funny thing that I remember feeling like, you know, intense hatred and anger, like I wanted to fucking kill her. But the second I realized that I hurt her, I started crying. I felt really bad. And I was like, oh, I'm after hurting a girl, you know? And I felt an incredible amount of guilt. And I was sorry. Which is probably one of the reasons why we ended up getting along eventually. And I think one of the reasons I was so frustrated is the boys would never do that to me. Do you know what I mean? Because she was on her own. The huge Indian girl had more balls than the boys. Because the boys would never bully me one-on-one. It was always like outnumbered. Always. It was always outnumbered. So I was like, not afraid, but I wasn't stupid. I was like, I'm not gonna be stupid enough to get in the middle of all of them and swing like a wild. Like even as a child, I remember thinking it. I was like, if I go for you, they're all gonna swarm me, and I'll get the shit kicked out of me. So that's just, what's the point in that? That's just gonna make my situation worse. I'll feel more shit than I do now because I'll get the crap kicked out of me, because the second I go for one of them, I'm gonna get swarmed, like. And it was just intensely frustrating because I was like, do it on your own. Like, one of you step forward and take me on, and they never did it. Like, and it was like that in my teenage years as well. Like, nobody would ever fuck with me one-on-one. And then the people who did fuck with me one-on-one were my best friends in my own house. It's like what I said earlier on. Like, my life is a hilarious story of like very ironic experiences. because I was always a bit nerdy, so I was very like, I was very what's the word? I was very like, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Not conscious. Maybe conscious, aware. I was just very aware, you know, because like I'd be the type to turn around to a friend and be like, you're being kind of a dick, or I'd say, you know, like I'd say that it's like you're being a pussy or something like. But I learned very quickly that the friends that I had got myself involved with had like intense ego issues, and it was fascinating to me. So it was like, so you guys like are like really cool in this way, but you're like really like vulnerable and fragile in this way. This is hilarious. But that's actually the reason why a few of my friends that I had from back in the day are still my friends now, is because they weren't like that. You could just be straight with them, you know, and they would just have a conversation with you or an argument. But there would at least be some kind of communication of like, hey, I don't agree with that. Instead of just this like animalistic response of like, you know, the fuck did you just say to me? Do you think you're better than me? Like, you know, fucking, you think you're a pussy. Like, you know, it's like, why? Because I'm not gonna like get into a fist fight over something stupid. Like, you know, it's like the like thinking back, I used to always look at that thing with the Indian girl and be like, the female had more balls because she took me on her own. Like, you know, like that's actually hilarious. My whole life I was always dealing with pack animals. Like. And it's so true from that, like, you remember The Hangover when he's like, I finally have my wolf pack and all, like, that's why I didn't like football. That's why I, like, straight up, it wasn't the sport, it was the human behavior around the sport. That's why I didn't like football. But that's why I didn't like most sports, most team sports. I liked basketball because it was, like, smaller. And I was, like, better with my hands and stuff. But when the team is like bigger and like like football, like everybody knows this about football, especially like European soccer. Hooligans are a thing, and they kill each other, literally kill each other over like, you know, Tottenham versus fucking Liverpool, and like Liverpool loses or something. And people get killed in the streets, like they'll get their neck opened by a broken bottle, like, do you know, and it's fucking ludicrous, like, do you know what I mean? Like, absolutely ludicrous, like whatever about the Americans of like a fight breaks out in the crowd and people start getting like thrown over chairs or something. But like you guys literally have guns and like that shit doesn't happen, like. But that's why it's funny, because you guys wear armor, pussies. You want to be real men, play rugby. You know what I mean? Like fucking like no armor, no nothing. Like just boom. Like real men play rugby. Fucking juiced up to the gills. Fucking pussies play American football. I have more respect for soccer players than American football players. To a degree. Don't get me wrong. Soccer players do the whole thing of like, oh no, he touched me, my ankle. But that's because they're playing against the rules. Do you know what I mean? It's like they're never like, everybody knows that they're not hurt. They play it up because they're trying to get the other player sent off and like get a free shot and all. It's a tactic. Do you know what I mean? It's a fucking disgusting, cowardly tactic, but like it's a tactic. It's not actually like because they're weak human beings. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're actually like, soccer players are very impressive athletically because of how much they run for like 90 minutes straight. And like, there's a, like, you know, you've seen like Jose Aldo used to play football, Brazilian football. Well, not Brazilian football, it's just football. But he used to be a soccer player before he went into the UFC. And that's why his low kicks were so dangerous, is because he was a really good soccer player. And his low kicks were vicious. That guy kicked you in the calf or the shin or the thigh or like whatever, and you just buckle typically. Like, you know, even the like veteran fighters would get a low kick and just be like, oh God, oh Jesus, the pain. Like, he could just light your nerve endings up with just like a bang, like just out of nowhere, like, you know. and you don't want to fuck with a soccer player in that regard. Like, do you know what I mean? Like getting a fucking kick off of Rooney back in the day would have, like, man, he'd like if a soccer player kicked you in the balls, fuck, Jesus Christ, like I wouldn't be surprised if that would, like, nearly kill you. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, literally, actually, like, smack, like, to fracture your pelvis and completely rupture your, like, balls inside your like, turn your balls into mashed potatoes inside your bag. like burst blood vessels and all, like, oh god, it'd be horrible. Like there's a reason why nut shots are seen as bad, like, do you know what I mean? Because, like, that's what I've always thought was so funny about street fights, like, do you know what I mean? Like somebody tries to take you on in the street, just nut them, you know? Fight's over. Like, this isn't a cage, bitch. Just like, wham! Like, just... What was that Dylan Moran says? I've always loved that saying. It doesn't matter how big the fucker is, it doesn't matter how big the fucker is, they all have a throat and a groin. Like, it's so true. When you get in the competitive fight scene, weight classes really matter. Outside, depends. You know, you could be a big guy, you could know jits, you could whatever, but if it's in a bar or a street fight, like, do you know what I mean? The ground and, like objects in your environment and shit, like, do you know what I mean? Like I was saying about the football hooligans, the amount of people who just get a broken bottle stuck in their throat. It's horrible. Like getting Chelsea grinned. Christ, that's fucking, like, they put a credit card in your mouth and then box you in the mouth. So it splits your fucking... Basically gives you, like, the Joker scars. It's fucking horrible, like. Absolutely brutal, like. Really fucked up shit, like. And it's all over sports. But anyway, it's that kind of pack mentality when I was young that I was like, I don't like that. I don't like how, like, you act like a group. You know, like... How ironically hilarious is that? Is, like, I've had this, like, innate dislike since I was a child where, like, I don't like how you act in it, because I would notice when they're on their own they're not the same, you know? Like, I remember, like, one of the guys in my class was actually my cousin through marriage, and, like, we were kind of friends, and he came to my house a few times and stuff. But when he was with the boys, I was just the pasty ginger kid again, and they'd all take the piss out of me. And, like, I remember from a young age noticing that. I was like, so when it's just me and you, we have loads of fun and you're, like, cool and we play video games and, like, you think I'm funny and, like, all this shit. But the second you're around your other friends, I'm the outcast again. That's fucked up. Do you know what I mean? Like, really, really weird shit, like, that I noticed from a young age where I was like, okay, so, like, groups of men act in a different way because of hierarchy. Like, it's one of the reasons I really, really respect Vox with the whole social sexual hierarchy, because it's not like, it is and isn't based on sex, because obviously they do that for the admiration of females typically, but it's also the admiration of each other, which I suppose you could say is a sexual thing too, because a lot of them turn out to be faggots. But, like, that's what I was always very like, I was always, like, an individual. And it's not like I didn't have a group of friends, but I always typically hung out with the nerds because they were more, not necessarily intelligent. Like, what's the term? Cerebral, maybe? You know? Because I don't, like, you know, some jocks are, like, really intelligent, you know? Some, like, you know, mainstream group kids are, like, really intelligent. They end up hiding it. I used to see that a lot. Like, I used to see that a lot in the later teenage years, where I'd see lads who pretended like they were as stupid as the other lads to get along with them. Like, you know, and you could see it in their face. They're like, oh god, like, you know, like, haha, wasn't that funny? Haha, I pulled his shirt over his head and I punched him in the back of the head. Haha, what a nerd! And, like, there's always, like, one or two of them in the background being like, oh, I can't believe I have to associate myself with these primitives. Like, and you can see it in their faces, and it's like, dude, why do you put up with them? Like, you know, his father has a tennis court. And it's like, that's all it is. It's just like, you want access to things. Like, you want to be in the in group. You want to be authorized. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I didn't give a fuck about that shit. Like, I thought it was cool when I went to a kid's house and I was like, oh my god, you've one of these? Wow, I wish I had one of those. But then I would go home and like ask my dad. I'd be like, "Can I get one of these? Blah 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 has one of these." Like, you know, I was a really normal kid in lots of ways. Like, but then I had like a fucked up scarred side to me because my dad was like weird. Like, you know, like dad was a bit of a psycho. Like, it's very funny that like I noticed all of this group shit and all, like, and now I'm sitting here on stream talking about like the potential for like a hive mind and stuff like that. And like, you know, like I said, like I could be completely fucking wrong. Obviously I know that, like, you know, it's not like I'm sitting here being like, I'm telling you guys, I'm right, it's fucking parasites. It's like, I know it might sound like that sometimes, but I just think it makes a lot of sense. But like, I do know that it could just be a mental disease kind of thing, like a mental mode of humans, like the hive mentality. It could just be a mentality, you know, like communism. But it's like there is something there that makes it feel. It is a feeling, like there's logic to it, you know. But if I'm being honest, it is mainly just it's not just a feeling like an emotion feeling. It's a gut feeling. It is a gut feeling where I'm like, nah, there's something up here, like, you know, like they're drinking the Kool-Aid kind of thing or some shit like that. Like, and then when you see these people with like the fucked up left eye, like the Queen and Biden and the guy who just became the new president of the WEF and stuff, like, and like maybe like that could just be a contact lens they put in and they're just fucking with us. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, this will really get the truthers, and they just like put a contact lens in before they go up on stage. It's like, hey Queenie, yes, my dear, put the lens in. Go on for the photos. Put the lens in for the paparazzis. Oh, you kids and your games. Like she like, I could see that happening. Like, you know what I mean? Because like parody and reality are like really weirdly blended sometimes. Where like, because of how like. We all know that like people are different behind closed doors to the way they are in public, just like they're different on their own versus in a group. So like you have to account for that variable all the time, where like you see what somebody is like in this context and you need to imagine what they'd be like in the other contexts based on like patterns and like known phenomenon and stuff like that. Like, it is fascinating, really fascinating, like how like, you know, the individual gets into a group and then the group is like its own consciousness, but then you also have the individuals in a group that don't have that. They just like go along with it for the benefit of the group and stuff and all, like. And there's two sides to that. You know, you have the wolf in sheep's clothing, where it's like, from one perspective, it's like, you have a guy in your group who, like what happened to the Irish Bear group, where we had with that buzzwrecker fucking Egypt, like where you had like a guy in the group who like was not good for the group, a known liar, manipulator. Was in it for his own like self-interest, and like he was egotistically driven, and like there was evidence of it. Like it wasn't just like a suspicion, like, do you know what I mean? And there, it comes to a point where like he elicits enough of that behavior and you witness it to where you're like, all right, yeah, this guy's fucked. Not so much with Born Bear, but like similar. Like Born Bear was more like just a waster. Do you know what I mean? A bit like, you know, like I felt bad for Born Bear. Wasn't like Born Bear was like a good dude for the most part, but like pathetic. you know. But like, not a bad guy, but self-destructive, and then as a result, destructive to the people around him, like a black hole, you know, parasite, black hole energy, like, but not a malicious one necessarily, just like pathetic. Like I seen him comment on Maxed Out Bear's post, and I was like, oh god. Like, when you see those texts that are worded as like, as a blah blah blah, I could totally understand blah 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 because of blah blah blah, and I know about blah blah blah, so blah blah blah. Like, you're just like, oh dude, shut the fuck up. Like part of me, like I was discussing it with the female, like, and like I was like, just sing a song, just do something useful, like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's just like for fuck's sake, at least I paint stuff for people, like, do you know what I mean? At least I entertain people, at least I give people something to listen to, something to look at, that's not like fucked up and like mainstreamy and stuff, like, do you know what I mean? Like, I probably should do that again, where like I was doing people's profile pictures for a while. Metal Bear still owes me. Fucking dickhead. I like Metal Bear though. He seemed like a cool guy. Good sense of humor. Bit of a lazy cunt though. But like, he's still fucking like he was like, I will make you axe, you know, and never did. Like, and like, I'm the kind of, like, I'm fucking like, I hate being like that now, like, do you know what I mean? Like, there's a part of me now where it's like, the next time that happens in my life, I'm gonna, like, you know, get on his case, like, not his case, but like the person who does it, like, you know, like, me and Metal Bear are cool, like, do you know what I mean? It's like water on the bridge, I don't care. You know, he had a kid and all, so he's got better things to do than fucking, like, you know, make me a fucking axe and then find out how to send it to me legally, like, you know. But you could have sent me fucking 50 quid for the thing that I took, you know, a few hours to fucking make it, you prick. Because that's what I love about the Japanites. Like, the Japanites, like, understand that, like, well, it's not just the Japanites, it's what I love about the Bears, but, like, you know, you guys who have supported me in the stream and who have, like, you know, paid for stuff and stickers and, like, you know, t-shirts and stuff like that and all, it's because, like, you like it. You know, like, oh, this guy's funny, this guy's cool. Oh, look, that t-shirt's cool, that design is cool. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, and I know that fucking designs take me ages sometimes, but it's like, man, it's fucking basically being a house husband at the same time as trying to fucking, I know we're not married, we're only engaged, but like, that's the reality, like, do you know what I mean? It's like, she goes to work and fucking, I'm like, you know, doing all the fucking, like, I make the dinner, I do all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And then during the day, I try and do my own thing to generate an income. And it's slowly getting there, you know, slowly fucking getting there. It was a relief and emboldening to visit that lady at the gallery and for her to, like, you know, bluntly critique me, but I welcomed it. You know, she was like, look, you don't have enough to do an exhibition, and there isn't enough cohesion here. But, and your technique needs a bit of work, you know. But, like, so I was like, and she was like, but you've got something, like, you have the potential to be like a great artist and all. And I was like, okay, cool. So I'm not just fucking, I'm not like an arrogant narcissist, like, which obviously I'm not an arrogant narcissist if I'm questioning myself in that regard, like, because sometimes I'm like, I'll do something and I'm like, oh yeah, this is savage, somebody will definitely buy this, and then nobody buys it and I'm like, fuck, am I wrong? But it's like, that's what it is to be a struggling artist, is like, you have to find your niche, you know. And I've watched all these videos and read all this stuff, and, like, you know, it's just, it is what it is, you know. If you want to exist in the realm that I want to exist in, it is fiercely competitive and wholly corrupt from the ground up, just like everything else. But even more so, in a sense, like, do you know what I mean? Like, I did have to resign myself to the reality that sometimes, like, I I wonder why things are so stressful for me. So like sometimes I'm like, why am I so tired? Why am I so stressed out? It's because I'm playing life on hard mode. I don't cut any corners. I don't take any handouts. I don't do anything the easy way. I do it all myself. I'm completely self-taught. Like, you know what I mean? And I'm sitting there sometimes being like, why is it such a pain in the ass? It's like, because you're playing it on hard mode. Like, you know, like, other people get grants. Other people take money from the government. Other people fucking are being taught how to do it in a college. Like, other people have, like, a family that, like, you know, invests in them financially. Like I have none of that. Like, and sometimes I'm like, oh man, I'm so tired and this is so hard. Like, it's like, yeah, no shit. Like, that's like, sometimes I really did, like, I started crying. I started crying my eyes out when your one in the gallery, like, looked me dead in the eye. She was like, you seem like the type that, like, shoot yourself in the own foot a lot, like, you know. It's just, she hit the nail on the head. I was like, yeah, fuck. Like, I don't do myself any favors, like, you know, at all. Like, I literally do it all the hard way, like, completely on my own, isolated, physically, like, as well. Like, I never get to see any of my friends because I've no money and shit. But it's because how I have chosen to do all this, like. And it's not like I'm broke, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not, like, I get I do what I need to do for the moment, like, you know, the female doesn't support me financially at all, apart from, like, the basics, like, do you know what I mean? Whereas, like, she pays for the rent and the groceries, like, do you know what I mean? But it's not like I'm, like, parasitically feeding off her, where she, like, pays for my paint and pays for, like, this, and, like, you know, actually supports what I'm trying to do. It's all me. It's all you guys. The last year it's been just you guys. It used to be all me, like. It's fucking, like, it's wild. It's like, there's been so many times where I'm like, oh fuck, should I just give up and get a job? Do you know what I mean? Or, like, you know, get a part-time job or some shit like that. But then something like, there's, like, a sign where I'm like, no, just keep going. Just work harder. Just, like, keep doing this. It's working. It's fucking working. Just don't give up on it. Like, you know, because if you pull back because you need money, in quotes, which you don't. We don't need money. We live like a fucking king and queen right now because she lives on good money. And there's lots of things that, like, about her behavior that is, like, you know, like, we have it easy. And she hates me when I point it out to her. I'm like, you work around the corner. You don't even need a car. Like, do you know what I mean? And you're fucking like, oh, my car insurance. It's like, there's loads of things that she could do that would ease her stress and anxiety. And she just never fucking listens to me because, you know, she's a stubborn bitch, just like I am. But it's so funny. When I look at it, honestly, I'm like, it's so funny how, like, it is working, and I can do this, and I am doing it the right way in a lot of ways. Sure, I can improve in some ways, and, like, sure, some, like, if things did get a little bit more financially difficult, and she was, like, you know, running out of money or some shit like that, I'd be like, okay, right now I need to pick up the slack and I need to get, like, some part-time work or something, like. But it's like, it's not the case at all. The reality is that she makes more than enough money. Our rent isn't that much. Like, we've a really cheap rent. You know, that's why she chose this place. And it's like, it's hilarious, like, because, like, we've had arguments sometimes where she's like, you know, she'll do the whole thing of, like, you know, fucking, a real man would just do this, and then I'd be like, really, bitch, like, this, and this, and then, like, a few days later, she's like, you know, I really appreciate what you do. Fucking, like, it's like, yeah, you mean, like, get you up in the morning and fucking cook the fucking dinner and fucking, like, do all this fucking shit, and, like, you know, like, I don't have a car, so, like, every time I get the groceries, I literally walk up and down the length of the fucking town, like, you know what I mean? It's like nobody does shit like that anymore, like, do you know what I mean? I don't live like other people live, like, you know, I literally do everything, like, awkward and the hard way and, like, the stressful way, and, like, You know, I'm not saying that I have like a whip at my back or that I have to fucking mine coal every night, but like relatively compared to like everyone in my vicinity, like like normal mainstream people who just like, you know, all these like, you know, fucking work in a shop or do this or whatever like that. It's like a lot of people complain about like, you know, oh man, like money's so tight and all. It's like, well, stop going to the pub every fucking evening and blowing like alcohol's expensive. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, but this, and it's like, and how much do you smoke? And like, do you do this? Like, do you know what I mean? And it's like, it's all the stuff that I do. You know, like all these decisions that I've made over like since COVID hit. Like, what was it? It's 5 years ago now or something since that happened. Like, I made these decisions where I was like, okay, I'm gonna focus on my health. I'm gonna fucking stop doing this. I'm gonna like start like doing art, and blah blah blah. And I was making fucking cash in hand bank for weeks, and stupid fuck. And that's how I shot. Like, I did and didn't shoot myself in the foot. Like, I don't regret it because, like, you know, I've had wonderful experiences with the female here, and we've like grown as a couple in many ways. But like, before I came here, I had a network. Like, do you know what I mean? I had like this entire. I grew up in Lucan for like 20 years, so like I had all of these people who knew me, who could get the word out that I was like a painter now, and like, you know, could get into it. Like, you know, I lived in Dublin. You know, it was basically the metropolis of Ireland, where like all I had to do was get a bus into town and like get all these supplies, and I could like go into all these. There was all these different galleries, and like this town has nothing. This town has like 4 pubs, 5 barbers, fucking 7 takeaways, fucking a Mr. Price fucking convenience store. Like, it's got fucking nothing. Like. But like it's starting to come back. Like, that's why I was so like I was on my typical walk, and I just looked left into a building that I always walk past, that I've walked past like hundreds of times by now since we moved here. Like, and it just said gallery just on a piece of paper. It wasn't even like a proper sign on a building or anything. It was just this piece of paper. It just said 6s and 7s gallery, and I was like, no fucking shit, really? Like, knocked on the door, walked in. There's just this old lady talking to someone, and I see all this art on the wall, and I'm like, holy fuck, I could do this. I could like be a professional artist. Like, holy shit, like, you know, like is it happening? Am I doing right, God? Like, you keep seeing these signs and stuff. Like, the amount of times I've gone on a walk and like thought like, you know, do I need to get part-time work? Is it too financially stressful for her? Like, or can I keep just like working on my craft? Like, you know, can I afford to do this? Can I, like, am I being a narcissist? Like, you know, am I not supporting my woman, like, biblically and all these things? And every time I questioned it, something pops up as to like, just keep going. Just keep doing it. You're doing it for the right reasons. You're not doing it for money and fame. You're doing it because you want to create something, because you want to replace what you lost as a child with all this fucking corrupt shit, or all these fucking Disney movies telling people that fucking gay is okay and all this crap. You want to fucking bring it all back. You like, you know, all these people like Arctoons and Vox and all this stuff with his Castelia library. Like, that's what I'm trying to do. I want to do that. I want to build something from the ground up that is like pure and good and moral and brilliant and beautiful and good and true. And I want to do it like myself. Because if you want to do something, you need to do it yourself. You want something done right, you got to do it yourself. You know? And the amount of times I'm like, do I need to just put my ego aside and fucking get some part-time work because we're struggling financially? Like, you know what I mean? And it's like, no, you don't actually. It's like, you can just do this. Or, you know, just the female just needs to learn that she needs to do this. Like, you know what I mean? Because she does have a really easy life in lots of ways, and like, and all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, so I'm not being selfish. I'm not being like these things. And it's like, sometimes it's literally like God is like talking to me, but not talking to me. Like sometimes we'll have an argument, and like I'm thinking, and I'm reading books, and I'm watching videos, and I'm like, you know, tell me the truth, like just give me the cold hard truth and all, like, and then I get it, and I'm like, oh, so I'm right? Oh, fuck. Fair enough. Well, I'll just keep going then. And then I keep going. And then somebody buys something. or I get an inkling that like a few weeks from now that like I'll have a project to be able to do or something, like, do you know what I mean? And it's like, I wouldn't call it scary, but it's definitely like, it definitely creates anxiety in me sometimes because there's no certainty, you know? Like, don't get me wrong, there's there's plenty of times, where I've been like, I have done hours of painting and drawing and creating, and I've got no money to show for it. What am I doing? But it's like, if you're using just the money as a metric for your success in your craft, then you're wrong. Because, like, sure, money should be a consequence, like, you know what I mean? And you need money to survive, obviously. But, like, the amount of people I've made happy, the amount of people that, like, I've created an awesome relationship with, the amount of people that I've made laugh just by drawing something, the amount of times that I've, like, that I made somebody feel better just by taking 2 hours out of my day to, like, draw something or paint something. And the amount of shit about myself that I've learned, and the amount of shit that I've learned about, like, being a good man to my woman in all the other ways that I didn't think I'd needed to learn, you know, about, like, being more compassionate and being more loving and being more aware of, like, why she feels the way she feels, and for her, from her perspective, and all this fucking shit, like. And I'm like, oh, okay, I mean, like, I get that, you know? Yeah, like, it's crazy. It's fucking, it's crazy how much you learn when you just, like your father just throwing you in the deep end. That's what I did to myself a few years ago. I was just like, right, I'm doing this now. And it's been like 4 years. And, like, sometimes I'm like, is it taking too long? It's been 4 years. I haven't made enough money. What's enough money? What's the metric for success? Do you know what I mean? Because, like, I have built a network of people that trust me, that people that, like, know that, like, you know, I do what I'm say I'm gonna do. You know, like, and it's not just, like, the bear community. You know, like, my family, like, cares, and my family's behind me as well. And, like, that didn't always used to be the case. Like, it's weird. It's mad having, like, 15 years of wanting to, like, brutally murder my mother because I hated her. Like, do you know what I mean? I used to fantasize about just, like we'd have a massive argument, and I'd just be, like, sitting there drinking after a long day working in a warehouse, and she'd just, like, swing the door open and bitch at me over fucking nothing, like, or demand more money off me or something, like. And I'm just like, fuck off, like, do you know what I mean? I just used to have thoughts of just, like, brutally murdering her in the kitchen, and then just calling the guards and just being like, I don't care, just give me 3 hots and a cot, fuck this shit, I don't care anymore. And going from that to where, like, she's sending me fucking, like, she's sending me money, like, you know, being like, keep going, you know, like, she's like wishing me well, like, do you know what I mean? And she's in a healthy, happy relationship. Oh man, such a drastic change. And, like, obviously I didn't do that, like, all on my own, you know. She made choices too, but, like, that initial fucking, that moment where I sold my first painting for 50 quid, and I went downstairs and I was like, I don't want to fight anymore. And it's like, it's only been 4 years and it feels like 15. It feels like the same in length of time that I experienced, like, in my mind and my heart, since I was, like, 14 to, like, 29. This vast expanse of time, and all this trauma and all this, like, stagnation and rot, to, like, the last 4 years, to where I was just like, fuck this shit, I'm gonna do, like, productive, positive, well-meaning stuff, and, like, try to change things in my environment. And it's such a drastic difference. such a drastic difference. Like, do you know what I mean? It's worth it. It is worth it. You know? It's so fucking worth it. For so many different reasons. And I know the money will come. I know I'll be able to turn around to the female and not too long. Like I said it, I think it was 6 months ago or something. I was like, I think I'm about a year away. And I think I was right. I think I was right. I was like, I think I'm about another year of me like plucking away at this and like making merch and like doing like really cool looking symmetricals that don't look like what other people are doing and like contemporary shit and all, like, and I think I was right. Like, you know, like your one was like, you've got something here. You need to increase your you need to improve your technique. You need to do this and stuff, like, and that's kind of what I knew. She basically told me what I already knew, but it wasn't me saying it, so it didn't feel like an ego trip, you know. It was an old woman who's been in the art world for decades, who's been in art therapy for decades, and who took one look at me and one look at my stuff and was just like, yeah, you've got it, kid, but like, you know, you just need to, you know, maybe take it a bit more serious and like, you know, learn some more stuff. And I kind of already knew that, like, you know. That's why sometimes I've thought about, like, you know, I feel so guilty sometimes where I'm like, oh, I think I might have to just do like PEINTEINGU a few times a week or something, like, you know, and focus on my own shit and all, like. And like, I know that like you guys aren't gonna fucking. It's not that I think that you guys are gonna be like, oh, fuck him, like, do you know what I mean? Fucking, I paid him. I gave him a $5. I gave him 20 quid. I bought a painting off him, like, you know, and now he's only streaming 3 times a week. It's not. I don't think you guys are gonna like turn on me or anything, or think I'm a dickhead, or think I'm lazy, or any of this shit. If anything, you'll fucking applaud me for focusing on myself and changing pace and doing stuff like that, like, but sometimes I feel like profoundly guilty because I'm always like doing the stuff that I say I'm gonna do, even if it takes me ages, you know. Like doing the moose thing took me months, you know, because I've got so much, and I can actually finally take it off the list. Where is he? Like, I haven't done it yet. No way. I can like this. It's been on the fucking list for fucking months, and I can finally fucking take it off the list. The list hasn't moved in like 6 months, and if anything, it's only grown. I was at a point last year where I was like knocking shit off that list every week, every day. Do this, do that. I have this to do. I have this to study. I have this video to watch. I have this thing to draw. I have whatever. Like, I'm gonna do a tactical turtle. Blah blah blah. And I was knocking it out of the park every day, every week. And then I had that meltdown about a year ago. It's nearly a year ago now. Like, you know, it's probably like what, like 8 months ago, 10 months ago or something. Had an absolute meltdown and destroyed fucking the first iteration of Japanese ostrich police, and I destroyed the big bug symmetrical thing that I'm working on right now, except it was half the size, and it was looking good, you know. Fucking Stabberoo was like, I'm loving the fucking freehand hexagons on it, it looks awesome and stuff, like, and all that work gone in seconds, in a moment of blind, pathetic, childlike rage out of sheer frustration. And it's all my own fault, you know. It's all my own fault. Like, you know, it's nobody's fault but my own. Like, I'm like pushing myself so hard. Like if anything, it would be easier to find some local work and be like, I have a bit more money now. I can like buy more supplies. I don't need more supplies. I have all the paint I need. I have all the paper I need. I have everything I need to be successful within me and within this room. I think that's what, like, the profound realization I had when you're one in the gallery was just like, oh yeah, like, you can do this. You just need to do this, this, and this. And I just like burst out in tears, and I was like, holy shit, like you know me for like 2 hours. Because I was there a while, and we were having a great conversation, like going back and forth and talking about like the town and the country and people and God and why are you doing art in the first place and what do you want to do and all this stuff, like, and blah blah, like, because obviously, like, what I said is like she's not just a artist, she was in art therapy for years, and she said she hated it. And I found like a kinship in her, because, like, you know, I can be really blunt, you know. It's one of the things that created a lot of animosity between my friends, or not really animosity, it was more like, you know, just I can fuck with people's egos, you know, even the females sometimes. Like, I'll say shit to her and it upsets her greatly because I just say it, and there's no like fluffy little package then it comes in, you know. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I don't do the whole thing of like, look, I love you and you're amazing and beautiful and like you're so capable of a person and all, but you might want to do this, this and this. I just turn around and go, you're being a gobshite, like you haven't done this, you haven't done that, like, do you know what I mean? And like, people don't react well to that. I do. I'm not like that. Like, somebody, like, you know, because that's what your one in the art gallery did with me. She was like, she looked at me dead in the eye and she was like, I'm going to be blunt. And I was like, please, like, like, that's, I need that. I need someone to be brutally honest with me right now. And like, don't fluff my ego. Don't like fucking, you know, like, oh yeah, you're fucking, like, no, just like, give it to me straight. And she did. And I was like, fuck me, they're so right. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not like I can be self-destructive, but I'm not like wholly self-destructive. I don't have like a self-destructive like personality problem or whatever, but I can shoot myself in the foot. Because I definitely did that with last year I got to a point where I bit off a bit more that I could chew on the wrong day of the week. But I think it had to happen. It had to happen because I spent the last year grinding. Just grinding, like, do you know what I mean? And like, sure, I've managed to put some weight on recently because I stopped smoking, but like, my nervous system is still jacked. My sleep pattern is still jacked. My head, like, I'm exhausted. All of these things. But it's my own fault because I've like burnt myself out, you know? And it's because I'm like whacking my head against certain things like a fucking idiot, like, you know. And I've noticed that pattern in myself when I play video games. It's so funny. Like, I'm self-aware enough that after I shoot myself in the foot in the same way, like 2 or 3 times, something in my head goes, why am I doing this? And then I reassess and I go, okay, I keep doing this. And then I calm down and I reapproach the situation and I'm like, okay, don't do that. And then I win, you know, and I'm like, okay, I got this. And then it's like, like, so that, like, that's happened to me a few times in my life, you know, where like I'm in a pit and I'm trying to climb out of the pit. I'm trying to climb out of the pit and I'm trying to climb out of the pit. And I'm like screaming at God, being like, hand me a fucking rope, please. Like, I have been here for months, years, even, like, you know, trying to get out of the pit. And then you just like stop and meditate and look in. And you're like, I can just get out of this pit. and you just get out of the pit. Like, but like, I've gotten out, like I got myself out of a pit, and then like a fucking idiot of a sheep like immediately stumbled into another pit. Like, and then I'm like, oh fuck. Like, but it's like, I'm human, like, you know what I mean? I'm not like, I'm not a fucking demigod, like, do you know what I mean? Like, I think it's this psychotic mentality that my father instilled in me. This perfectionism of like, it has to be like this, it has to be perfect or it won't work because I'm German. You know, I don't think he is, but like maybe he does have a bit of German in him, but like, I'm not like that. I'm like my ma. Like I am way more like my mother. I'm like whimsical and loving and carefree and like funny and shit. And like that's why people like me. My dad's a psycho and he's an asshole and he's a coward, like, and a liar. You know, he's like I'm pretty sure my dad has like a massive gamma streak, but like not. He's not like a gamma. He's quite alpha in a lot of ways. Is well, I don't know. I don't know if I'm assessing that correctly, cause like, I mean, fucking somebody like Curtis Stone has kids. Like he's got 2 kids. His wife just died and all this fucking shit. And the way he's going on is a fucking psycho. And like everybody's saying that, like, yeah, this is classic like gamma behavior. He's like a creep. My dad does have a bit of that. My dad does have quite a lot of that. Like really rubs up people the wrong way. Fucking like, I don't know. I think he's just a bit of a psycho. I think my dad's just a bit of a traumatized psychopath. I don't think he's a gamma. He maybe has a streak of gamma in him. But like, my dad's very like, he's very proficient. My dad's very like he's very intelligent and effective, but brutal and apathetic and selfish and utilitarian. That's why he doesn't mind lying about things. So like he's also got like a really fragile ego, which maybe means he's a gamma. I don't know. Like I'm not good enough for that shit. Like I also don't think I know him well enough. You know, I used to think I knew me dad, but like over the years I was like, shit, I don't know that guy at all, really. Like, I mean, because like his behavior was so foreign to me at one point, where I was just like, that's not my dad. My dad's strong. My dad's capable. My dad's somebody that other men respect because he's so intelligent and strong and capable and always has the answers to things. And it's like, this doesn't make any sense. But then it did start to make sense, where I was like, it's all a facade. He isn't strong and capable. And that's why he used to do this thing where he used to bite his nails a lot. And I inherited it for years. I used to do it for years. But he used to do it like obsessively, to the point where he used to have to get these like, he got like, it's fucking gay as fuck, but like he got this like nail polish that's supposed to deter you. It tastes awful and it's supposed to deter you from biting your nails. And I remember him telling me, like, in the car one day, he was like, I just got used to the taste of it. Like, it's like profoundly fucked up individual in many ways. But I don't think it's as like, like, you know, it's the same as the rest. It's the same as like all of them. It's the same as all of us. I think he had a really fucked up childhood in many ways. You know? So like, and that's one of the reasons why I have like, I pity him, and like, I'm like disappointed in him, but like I don't hate him. I don't really hold any resentment. I just like, I have a little bit of disgust and disappointment left, cause it's years ago now that I turned around to him and I was like, you know, I don't hate you. You know, I know like you fucked up and you made my life like way harder than it needed to be, and my sister, and like you traumatized the fuck out of us in all these ways, and so did mum. But like, now it turns out that after years of you lying to her face and so on and so forth, that like it was actually you causing most of the misery, and she wasn't as insane as we thought she was. Or you, like, he genuinely did make it out like she was a lunatic, which made her a lunatic. Like, that is some, like, that's some proper, like, Owen's dead on the money about that when he's talking about what Curtis probably did to his wife. My dad did something similar to my ma and made her think she was crazy for a bit when she wasn't. You know, she was a woman, an incapable in many ways woman, with her own kind of trauma. But he made her think that she was fucking nuts because he wouldn't own up to, you know, having affairs or trying to have affairs, or, you know, like, he admitted that he didn't want he didn't want to have a second kid. That's why there was 9 years between me and my sister. And like there was lots of like really dark stuff, like, you know, really dark stuff, really like totally apathetic, like just dark shit like that. Like when you see it in a person, you're like, dude, ugh, what the fuck, man? You know, but it's not like he's not completely like that, like, do you know what I mean? Because he does have the capacity for love, you know. Like the type of guy who could sit up in a kitchen all night taking care of a puppy because it needs to get used to its environment. You know, like he's not a completely, like, he's not an evil man, you know. He's a coward, and he's a liar, and he's a fake, and he's a manipulator, but he's not evil. He's just weak in the ways that like men are not supposed to be. Do you know what I mean? Which is, I think that's what's incredibly ironic about my situation right now, is like by the time my dad was my age, he'd had a kid, bought a house, had a company car, and like was working towards buying another house. You know? So like my dad was incredibly financially successful. And now and me as his son, I have like I detest money. I hate it. Like I hate money. like I hate, like, you know, like, I agree with Owen. Like, I much prefer the whole trading, bartering system. It's like, hey, I've got 3 chickens. What have you got? Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, let's do a trade. Like, do you know what I mean? Let's work together to have a functioning society, like, based on honor and truth and fucking blah. And it's like the polar opposite of what my dad was. Like, and it's like you look at somebody like Owen, and like he's like the polar opposite of what his dad is. Like, you know, his dad is like this like flamboyant little coward who's like, you know, constantly worried about money. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like really fascinating how like I think that's one of the reasons why I've like one of the first streams that I ever had with the Bears, like hanging with the Bears, or we had that Irish one, we had the fucking what was it called, fucking Bear of Banter. One of the first streams I ever had, I got like really upset and I was crying because I was like, you know, I got really like into it, like I do. I got really emotional. I was being like just being straight, and I was like, you think like I'm not ready to be a father? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, are you fucking serious? Like, I'm terrified about being a father. I can barely take care of myself. You think I'm ready to, you think I think that I'm ready to take care of another human being? Are you fucking serious? Like, after what my parents did to me, and I see what the world has turned into, like, you think I'm ready to fucking be responsible for another human life? Yeah, I'm not fucking retarded. It's like, it's funny, like, you know, because it's like there are plenty of men who are like manly men with big pecs, you know, who are like, I would never cry on camera. Like, you know, you girly man, you would weep. It's like, it's not weeping, you know. I wasn't like like anytime people see me cry, I'm like, it's like what I was describing, where it's like what I would think of like if I saw a fucking like an angel or something like that. I'm like just like, I like all the emotion is just like pouring out of me. Like, you know, like it's like somebody just opened a floodgate and it's just like, ah, like, and it's just like coming out of me, like. And like people have always respected that about me, like, you know. Like men that I would look at and be like, oh my god, like I'm nowhere near as like strong as you, have looked at me and been like, dude, that takes balls. And I'm like, really? like men who I really respect have had conversations with me where they ask my opinion about something, and I'm like, holy fuck, I must be doing something right. Like, I mean, if you're even entertaining like what I think about something, like you're like asking me what I think about something, or like you're like asking me for advice, or like you think I'm good, like, do you know what I mean? Like that, like that's how I've judged shit. Like that's how I've judged myself. I've like compared myself to men that are like the polar opposite to my father, who are like honest and true and hardworking and blah blah blah. And they look at me and they're like, "Yeah, you, dude, you're doing it. Like you're killing it. Keep going." And I'm like, "Really? Oh, thank fuck." Like, because like I come from such uncertainty. You know, I come from such like am I a monster? like like I literally designed one of my characters like that, like, you know. I literally designed one of my characters of like it's a demon holding a halo. Like it's like I want to be good, but I don't know if I can be. Like it's like no, you can, man. It's just a choice. Just be good. And it's like, oh yeah, cool. And then I'm doing like I'm only doing it like what, like 7 years ish or something, like just before like COVID hit or whatever. I started to like turn my life around. It's like that's what I was saying earlier on. It's like literally half the time span of like all these years of trauma in my family and all this fucking like 15 odd years from the time I was around 14 to the time I was around like 28 or some shit like that. So it's like ballpark 15 years, like, you know. All this shit happened. I smoked so much weed, I drank so much alcohol, I took so many like hard drugs, like occasionally, like, you know what I mean, and just playing video games and stuff, like, and I've seen some stuff, man, like, you know, like not like really like I haven't like witnessed somebody die in front of me or some shit, like, you know, I haven't seen anybody get murdered or anything, like I haven't like I don't know, like you know, like I haven't seen the type of like life altering dark shit that like a cop would see, you know, or like a police officer or a firefighter or something. But I've seen I've seen the dark shit that most people don't see. You know, the dark side of people that like when you realize that evil is a thing, like so good must be a thing. Like I've seen that, like, you know, and like you can see it in me, like, you know what I mean? It's like you can hear it in my voice, where it's like, oh no, yeah, people are fucked. Like, because I've witnessed it. I've witnessed people be like, you know, you look at them and you're like, but you're my family, and they just have this glazed appearance, and you're like, how could you do something like that? And they either have the worst excuses on their, like, I think it's, I don't know, is it worse when they, I don't know what's worse, when they have no excuse and they're just like, ugh, or when they try and pathetically be like, you know, but I had no choice and I had to learn, and like, fucking, I'm a victim. Like, you know, it's like, it's fucked up, man. Like, it's really fucked up, like, where you come across these people and you're like weirdly like when you obviously when enough time passes and you're retrospectively analyzing it, you're like, I am grateful that happened because it showed me X, or it taught me X lesson, you know. But fuck me, like when it happens, like, you know, in the moment, like, you know, you're like, what this can't be real. like this kind of fucked up mental gymnastic demon bullshit is this type of stuff that you see in soap operas or movies, and then it clicks where you're like, where do you think people get the ideas for these stories? You know, real life, nigga. You know, real fucking life is that fucked up. People are that weak. People are like that void of a sense of like, no, I can't do that. That would be wrong. Like that voice is not in their head. Like, it's not there. Like, and then you struggle with that. I was like, no, it has to be there somewhere. Like, it has that the child deep inside them somewhere has to know that on some level this is wrong. Like, you know, and it's like, nah, it's gone. Like, they are simple a vessel for the demons now. Like, it's just like, oh, seriously. And then and then the guilt and the survivor's guilt and the savior complex, and then the want to help, like, you know, like, you're like, okay, there has to be something we can do to like reignite that fire in them. Like, there has to be some way of getting, like, you're looking at a psych ward patient as an analyst, and you're like, okay, forget the drugs, let's just try and let's sit down and like, look at me, Tom, you're in this room with me right now. What are the voices saying to you? Like, you know, and he's just like, and you're kind of like, you like look at the analyst beside you, and you're like, maybe we should just sedate him. Like, I don't think we can save this one, Jim. like some people are beyond, like, you're only human for the same reason that you can't like expect yourself to be perfect, and like you're gonna constantly fuck up, and you're gonna constantly have to learn from your mistakes, and you're gonna constantly get to new levels of awareness and experience and all this fucking shit. The same reason for that is the same reason that like you can't save people. They have to save themselves. And that, like, that hurts, man. I really relate to Owen in that sense, where he's like, this is wrong, I have to do something. And it's like, I know, man. It's hard. It's like watching people drown. It's like, it's really fucked up, you know? I think that's what, like, that's what set me off with the whole South Africa thing. I was like, surely someone isn't just going to stand by and let this happen. And it's like, they have to save themselves. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, it's literally like watching people drown through a wall of glass. Like, you're just like pounding on it. Like, you know, you don't have to be this way. And then they just go under the water and the bubbles stop, and you're just like, oh, for fuck's sake, what a waste. Like, fuck. Do you know, like, I don't even like wasting paint, let alone like divine light. Like, are you fucking serious? Don't give up. Swim, bitch. Like, it's not up to us. It's not up to you. Everybody has a choice. That's what it's all about. That's the rules of the game. Everybody has a choice. You know? And just because I choose to be real, just because I choose to be honest, just because I choose to have like a code and like whatever the fuck, that kind of vague, ambiguous, fucking ever-shifting fucking, like, for Christ's sake, just pick a religion. Oh, fuck off. It's no better than saying pick a team, you know? Well, I'm on the left. Well, I'm on the right. Well, I fucking wave my flag for Tottenham. Well, I wave my flag for Liverpool. Fuck you. Fuck flags. Flags are for fags. Only a faggot plants a flag in the ground and goes, this is mine now. Fuck off. The only way you can make a claim on something is if you actually put the work in. You know? Nobody ever showed up at fucking land and put a flag in and was like, yep, this is mine now. And like, that lasted. What lasts is loving the land. You know? Putting the work in, putting the love in, watching shit grow, watching shit die. That's what fucking lasts. That's what gives you the fucking God-given right to be like, no, this belongs to me. Until God says otherwise. Until the rules of this place say otherwise. This is mine. Why? Because I have fucking sweat and bled on this fucking earth. That's why. So go fuck yourself with your fucking bit of fabric, like, dyed in a certain fucking shape on the end of a pole. You know? All these fucking faggots, where they're trying to put an injection in your arm or a flag in the ground, all they want to do is penetrate something because they can't penetrate a female. I'm going to put my flag here and that means it's mine. Well, the king said so. Yeah, that'll last for a while. It'll last for a while. Doesn't last forever, though. Nothing lasts forever. That's not how this place works. The only thing about this place that lasts forever is this place. Like, that's the only thing that, like, seemingly, like, and we don't even know that, you know? You could take a fucking fair enough guess, like, you can make an argument that it's like, yeah, this place, we don't know how long it's been, we don't know how long it will be. Maybe it is just a construct of our fucking consciousness on some degree. I don't know. Have we dreamed this place into reality? I don't think so. I mean, like, I don't, like, maybe. But that's the only thing you could probably fucking make a claim to that in the sense of that shit, where you could be like, the only permanent thing here is here. Like, that's it. Everything within here is temporary. It's cyclical. Everything. Play by the rules or fuck off, you know? That, like, that has to be why we have such a fucking profoundly innate, instinctive sense of injustice. Is because we all know within our heart, we all know that, like, play by the rules or fuck off. This place has rules. And the people who play by the rules get rewarded. And the people who don't play by the rules, and the people who fucking loophole, and the people who lie, and the people who manipulate, Faust, Satan, whatever, rewards them in the temporary. And then the baying masses and the sheep turn around and they're like, you know, I want to be like that guy. He's got all the bitches in the cars. Oh, look at the snakeskin slippers. So fucked up, man. So fucked up. But it's hilarious. It's the same every time. When a wound is caused, the pain is immediate. But when the scar is inspected and you have a sense of humor and you're honest, it's always the same. You remember that time I nearly died? Yeah, that was wild. Dude, you were so scared. The look on your face. It's fucking hilarious. It wasn't funny at the time. But, like, few days, few weeks, sometimes a few minutes is all it takes to look back and laugh at how stupid it all is. The fact that you cling so childishly to the leg of material, temporary. You cling like a monkey to this thing. Please don't leave. You know, dude, you're gonna leave. You're gonna leave eventually. That's what it's all about. You're here for a while and then you leave. You know? And that's what all these people are, is like, with their money and their possessions and stuff. Like, all you are is what you're capable of. You know? All these people clinging to shit. I can't lose this. Don't leave, please. I need you. It's pathetic. It's fascinating. It's hilarious. I laugh at it now. I feel divinely blessed by something that has just, like, shown me that, like, just a minor truth. An insignificant, like, a relatively insignificant truth. And it has just opened such a vast chasm in my mind of, like, oh, fuck. This place is not what I thought it was. Like, and getting over that survivor's guilt is a bitch. Let me tell you that much. Like, getting, like, especially if you're like me and, like, you really give a fuck about other people and you care and, like, you grow to love people a lot and, like, care about how they feel and, like, you know, what they're going through and shit. And getting over that survivor's guilt is really intense. Knowing that, like, at the end of the day, people just have a choice to make and there's nothing that you can really do. But, you know, when people ask for your help, obviously you can help. You know, they've asked for your help and then it's your duty to, like, help them as best you can. But, like, beyond that, there's fuck all you can do. It's up to them and God. And it can, like, it's one of the hardest things ever, is watching somebody you care about just, like, drown in their own sin, in their own mistakes, in their own delusions. Like, I get it, you know? Must be profoundly painful for God to watch his creation suffer. How we have suffered, how we've caused ourselves to suffer. If there is a singular consciousness out there called God, like, you know, man, the profound sense of like, ugh, shit, should I have made this? You know, like, or maybe not. Maybe like he's so like, you know, omnipotently wise and stuff like that, that like he just sees it as a, is that why there's this profound sense of peace when you die or something? Like, so, I don't know. Apparently not for some people. Some people die screaming. Like, but I can relate to that, and I'm not even a father yet. You know, I'm not even a father yet, and I can completely relate to that feeling of like watching someone you care about, and knowing that it's like there's nothing I can do. This just has to play out, and like it can be really hard to witness shit. Like, you know what I mean? It can be really hard to witness some things, knowing that you can't do anything. But it's just the way, those are the rules. Those are the rules. And if you don't play by the rules, it's like you basically may as well just like start an egg timer for your own fucking destruction. It's intense. My backup earbuds died. Like I've been, Jesus Christ! I've been gone for 4 hours. Fuck. Fucking hell. And if you do nard your opponent, wear steel toe boots to make sure he goes down. Nard. That's a hilarious word. I remember one of the first times I ever got a pair of steel toe boots because I was working in a warehouse, and they tell you that you need them in case a pallet falls on your foot or something like. And I remember I wanted to kick a football immediately. I was like, Jesus Christ! I mean, like I could punt a football like just by I had this really bad habit of they call it toe poking. I when I kicked a football, I didn't kick it correctly with like the side of me foot. I had this horrible habit of just like kicking it with my toes. And more than once I like felt my big toe like either like dislocate or break or fracture or like, you know, just get really badly bruised or something. And I'll never forget the first time I wore a pair of steel toe boots. I was like, oh yeah, I can't wait to just like punt something with these. Like, it's funny. Like I'm fairly intelligent, like to a degree, and like there's sometimes where I can like I can express a moderate intellect, and then there's other times where I'm a fucking ape. like a caveman with a club, like just this like big stick. Like, you know, like this is show you how like blatantly like fucking typical man I am, right? I was doing the garden. I think it was like a few weeks ago now. I was doing the garden, and I trimmed like a part of like it's basically a tree, but it's a small tree. In the hedge line that separates our two properties from like our property from the neighbor's property, and I got like the perfect fucking like stick like that could be used as a weapon. Like it's perfect. Like it's got a slight bend in it. It's got a slight natural bend in it. It's just thick enough to like grip comfortably, but it's also like it's not too thick to be too heavy, and it's not too thin that it like might break if you smack something with it. Like, it's like it's the perfect stick. And like, no, I know like all men understand that. Like, well, not all men, but like, like real men understand that. Like when you pick up a stick and they're like, this is a good stick. I like this stick. I'm gonna keep this stick. This is a good stick. Like, there's something just so primal about it where you're like, good stick. This is a fine stick. I would be many uses for this stick. Like, it's right over there, but I'm not arsed. It's behind the chair and stuff. Like, I looked at it, I was like, oh, I could like strip the bark off this and like let it dry out and then get like some real nice varnish and like I could make like fucking fearsome club out of that. Like, it's really nice. It has that, you know, that scimitar-esque perfect bend. It's got that natural arc in it, like right where the perfect fulcrum point. You know, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful stick. Oh fuck. I can't wait for the big book of goo. Fucking it's gonna be chapter 1. The book of PEINTEINGU. It's cool, like. It's like, I think like there's something very spiritual about that for me. Because I have tried to make my own stories. Like, I've literally got like, you know, one about Gunduk, one about a guy called Redhead. Like, I've got my own stories that like I've like done storyboards for and like designs for and shit like that and all. That's ultimately what I'd love to do. Is like I'd love to do something on the level of like Tolkien-esque. You know, I'd love to like design something like that. A whole like I want to be a world builder. You know. But because of how all this has gone, and because like, you know, I've like, no, well, like I want to serve, you know, like whether it's like entertaining you guys or giving you something to listen to, or, you know, doing something similar to what Owen does, where like you don't have to listen to a podcast or like a radio or whatever that like feeds you shit. You know, you can just listen to me being me, and you can relay and you can laugh. And the added bonus of my stuff is like I may not be able to play a piano and I'm not a comedian, but I'm funny and I'm a different kind of artist, you know. So people who really appreciate the visual stuff, you know, can get involved in that and like, you know, fucking help me create stuff. Like, I think that like that's something that this stream that like Scouse is right. Like, nobody does something like this where people on a live stream can be like, oh, do this, and I'll do it in front of you and you can be a part of it. And if you want, you know, like I'm gonna try and start to get scans of all the PEINTEINGU so you guys can buy a PEINTEINGU but for cheap, you know, like a smaller version, like that's because I know 200, I know like it's fucking a lot, but it's like I have to make money somehow, like, do you know what I mean, in between doing my own stuff. So I want to make PEINTEINGUs available for purchase cheaper, you know. I was just gonna sell these for cheap, but then like, you know, there were people in my life who were like, don't you fucking do that. Like, because I do, like, it would be like selling myself short, you know, which is, I'm not doing right by me then. You know, it'd be like I'm whoring myself out or something in a sense, because like I do put work into these and they do take a while and the paint does cost me money. So if I was gonna sell the originals, that's why I'm like, 200 is like as cheap as I can make them, while still being like worth it in a sense of like, you know, it's still low enough that like people could afford it, and high enough that it's worth me selling it for that amount. Like, because like I think it's crazy when I look at like even somebody like Pinstripe Chris on Instagram, who is ridiculously fucking skilled, and like every fucking painting of a car that he puts out on Instagram is an absolute fucking banger, and people are paying like, you know, fucking like thousands for the original and shit, like, you know, and they like fucking gone. Like the second he puts them up, somebody's like, I want that. How much you want for it? Like, because they're that good, like, you know. buy a used high-end scanner. Even 15-year-old models are very high. Yeah, man. Like, look, when I have a bit of money, like that's what my plan is. Is like I'm gonna get the equipment to be like completely self-sufficient in a sense. Now there is also the other, like when I have funds there, I do like to. There are some old companies, not company. There are some old businesses here in the town, that are still kind of trying. They're still holding on, and I like supporting them, in whatever way I can. And I think these ones are just small enough to be able to scan there, but their machine broke down a while ago, and like all this shit happened, and then I didn't have the money. And but there's like, I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it, but like apparently Atari used to have a factory here in Tipperary. So like there's actually a thing in like that Creative Places thing that I'm a part of, where like they're gonna try to get into game design and stuff like that. So like, whatever money I do have, I'm gonna try and put it back into the community here in some way, you know, as best I can. So like, I get where you're coming from. It's like, oh, you just buy it off Amazon or get one cheap on a Facebook Marketplace. Like, yeah, like if that's how I'm supposed to do it, yeah, definitely. I've thought about that. I could just pick one up cheap doing it like that. But if I could do a regular thing with one of the local businesses here, I'd rather do that. You know, I'd rather like help keep a local business going, because like it's really cool seeing like buildings that have clearly been around since like the 1800s. You know, Fitzpatrick's color printers, and it's in like a really old building, and like they're all local people and shit. And I've thought about this shit, like, do you know what I mean? It's one of the reasons why I like hopped on that gallery the second I saw it. Like, it's like I only live here like a few years, and like I'm not from here, but I really don't want this town to die. It's beautiful. It's a really nice place. Tipperary town's a really nice place. It's got some really solid people in it, like, and I don't want this town to die. And if I could like be a part of that, that'd be like, that would really like heal my soul in a lot of ways. If I could just be like a local artist here that like has an online presence and stuff or whatever, like, you know, like I have like an international presence with you guys, and like, you know, the YouTube channel and stuff like that. Like, but like if I could be a part of helping bring this town back from the brink, I think that would be a really cool thing for me in my life, to be like, yeah, I helped do that. Like, Jesus, the female texted me an hour ago. Yeah, I knew you'd get where I'm coming from. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's not that like if I probably would have done that if I was still living in Dublin, and like I sold a symmetrical, and I was like, oh, now I have enough money to get a scanner, pick up a cheap scanner. Oh, now I have enough money to get this, pick up a cheap this. But I'm in a place now where like every time I get money, I'm like, okay, what supplies do I need? Do I need supplies? Okay, I don't need supplies. Okay, what can I do with the money? And then I'm like, maybe I could invest in this or something, like, you know. And like, if I manage to sell one of my symmetricals for like a few grand in the next year or two, one of the first things I want to do is like I want to get a local stall around by the farmers market, and I want to like, I think like some of the things you guys have mentioned, and like I'm inspired by Owen doing the piano lessons as well. It's like, and I'm not saying that I could teach art, like I probably could. I could teach the basics, like, do you know what I mean, in a fun way. There used to be this TV show called Art Attack, and it was like an art show for kids where he literally did that. He just like taught the basics. He like inspired kids to get into art. And I think it'd be really cool to do something like that locally, whether with a school or through the school or completely on my own. Like I kind of would, honestly, I would like to do it independently. If I ended up, you know, if God fucking was like, you're supposed to go this way, child, I'd be like, okay. But as it stands, I would like to just have a stand in a farmer's market, or like, or buy a local lease a local building or something, because there's loads of them that are like shutting down and like open for rent and shit like that. I'd like to like get a little like my own little studio going, and like people could bring their kids in, and like I'd get them involved in like, you know, fucking, so this is a basic palette, and this is how you mix this color, and this is how you do this, and this is perspective, and this is composition, and this is blah blah blah, and like, you know, and I think I'd teach them how to do it like how I learned how to painting you. You know, like just paint, just do it, you know, just like just think, just close your eyes, think of something, just put it on the page. Oh, it doesn't look like the thing in my head. It will eventually. Just keep going. Like, you know, just like the drastic contrast between, like, if you just take this PEINTEINGU or like a few, like the last 20 PEINTEINGUs are such a fucking massive improvement over what they looked like when I started. It's actually kind of stupid. Like, sometimes I sit back and I'm like, fuck me, like, and it's not like I'm sitting there being like, wow, I'm getting like, you know, I'm an amazing artist now. No, I'm sitting there looking at like the difference, you know. Like, I still see a lot of stuff where I'm like even with the goblin here, I was like, okay, the shadow's all wrong on his back and stuff like that. I do stuff all the time where I'm like, it's got problems and it's not perfect and blah blah blah. But when I'm just honest about it and I look at it and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I mean, like, this looks like so much better than what they used to look like. And I've only been doing this like 2 years or something, like, and I only do it for like 2 hours a day. And how many times do I do what I did today and I just sit here and talk? Do you know what I mean? And I don't even fucking paint. So like, could you imagine like if I turned this kind of thing into a business and like it helped get local kids like into art and stuff? And like we could also do a thing with like, you know, doing it in front of people, so you get rid of the fear of like doing stuff in front of people from a young age, which like is one of the best ways to make kids like brave in general, you know, is to like not be afraid of a crowd and not be afraid of being judged and stuff. Like, that would be like wholesome as fuck. Would I be able to do it without cursing? I don't know. But like, I could try. Like, would I have to have a sign on the front door that says, be aware, fucking your children might be traumatized by my presence? Perhaps. like Daddy, why does he have so many bad words all the time? It's like, he's just a ginger clown, my son. Like, but he's very good at what he does. That's what I mean, is like I've thought about a lot of this shit, like where I'm like, how do I do the best job I can do with this, you know? Because I know I've got it. I know I've got it, and I can share it with the world, and it's a good, true, beautiful thing. But how do I hone it? How do I refine it? How do I make it a professional thing that can support a family? You know? That's the past year. Big style has been like, okay, how do I figure this out? Like, in between the stresses of like, you know, I'll get up in the morning and I'll get the female out of bed, which sometimes takes fucking ages. Like, it's literally like trying to get a kid to go to school. Like, and then she'll go to work. And then I'm like, okay, what am I making for dinner tonight? And then, like, you know, I'll go and I'll get the fucking groceries and stuff. And then I'll be like, okay, what day is it? When's the last time did I do a workout? Like, and then I do a workout. And then I'm like, okay, do the bins need to be done? Do the fucking, like, because we have this whole thing where, like, we have a shed out the back where I basically, like, have a big black box and then a shed where, like, I'll put this recycling stuff in the shed, and that can fit about, like, 4 or 5 bags. And then we got this big box from Mr. Price when we moved here that can hold like 3 big black bags of like general waste, and then we have like another outside you know, dustbin or whatever with a lid on it, so we can go like 3 weeks, sometimes maybe a month, depending on how I manage to like fit them in or whatever like that, and then we put them all in the car and go down the road to the dump and get rid of it all that way. We don't have like, you know, a wheelie bin that like the bin men come and pick up. We literally do it ourselves because it's cheaper. But it's a lot of work and stress sometimes, depending on the weekend when it falls. Like, you know, because like there'll be times where it's like, you know, we need to go to the dump this weekend, and she's like, oh, seriously? And I'm like, well, you're the one that wanted to do it this way, like, so yeah, seriously. Like, and with the road construction and all, it's been crazy because like you used to be able to just like walk out the front door and like the road's there, so you just wait for either people to like be good and stop and let you cross with the bins, or you know, like you just wait till there's no cars and then you cross. But with all the construction going down and the system being one way, I have to like walk down the road about like, I don't know, like 50 meters or something, like, and then like do a U-turn and then come back. So I have to walk like 100 meters to the car with like bins, and then put them in the car, and then walk back and get more. And like so much of it's probably one of the reasons why I found it so difficult to put weight on, is because my average day, I move and like lift and push and move and walk and like and hold and like do all this like really physical shit that like nobody else does. Everybody just gets up and gets in a car and goes to work, unless it's like you, where you work in like a warehouse or something, where you get in a car, go to work, and then move and lift and fucking whatever. Like, that's why I've always respected people that do manual labor, because I used to do manual labor and like I really enjoyed it. And it like keeps you fit, you know, like construction workers, fucking, I was about to say firefighters, but like I've seen the firefighters here and some of them are kind of overweight, like, so it's like, because there's like hardly ever any fires here, like it's more like car crashes and shit, like. But I've always respected people who like, obviously mainly men, but like who just like lift and move and smash and carry and, like, you know, use tools all day and stuff like that, like, because that's what I used to do, that's what I wanted to get into, and then like just very frustrating, all the job opportunities were abroad and like all this fucking stuff, and it's like, well, I don't want to go to Australia, I want to find a job here, I don't want to fucking like, I love Ireland, I love being Irish, this is my home, I don't want to leave just for, you know, 6 figures a year or whatever. Can I just get a job here for like 5 figures a year? Is that enough? Like, you know, it's like, no, all the good jobs are in Australia. It's like, fuck's sake, like, you have people who train to be a nurse and then fuck off to a foreign country, and then they have to not only learn how to be a nurse but like speak a different language and shit. Like, it's crazy, like, absolutely crazy. And then you end up with a load of fucking brown nurses here being like, you want me to take needle out? It painful? Like, it's fucking wild, man. And like, I really liked welding. I was good at it. And then I'm like looking for jobs in my local area and shit, like, or within the limit of a bus route and stuff. And I was like, seriously, I can't even find a place to commute to? Fucking hell, like. And like, yeah, you can make the argument that like I could have fucking, like, with the time constraint of like, I need a job now, you know, my parents are, well, my mum at the time, not well, both of them, you know, it's like, you need to get a job, you need to get a job, you need to get a job. It's okay, I'll get a job, I'll do something, like, so it's like, the longer you're looking for it, the more like stress you're under and shit, because people are like, did you get a job? Yeah, did you get a job? Yeah, no, like, it's like, fine. So it's like, every time I did something, I was like, I need it now, you know, because that's what I'm being told. I'm being told that I need it now, and then I couldn't get it now, so I would pivot, you know, which I suppose, like, you know, that's the lesson I learned. That's the thing that I benefited from, that helped me when COVID hit, was like, fuck it, I'll just do this because I can, you know, is my ability to adapt and move around. I mean, I literally went from painting symmetrical, abstract, contemporary stuff and the occasional character design to this shit. Like, fucking, like, pay for PEINTEINGU, you filthy scum. Like, you know, this wasn't the plan. Like, this was not the plan. Don't get me wrong, I'm really happy, like, do you know what I mean? But this was not the plan. Not at all. Not the plan at all. It was not the plan at all. But like that's usually like the best shit, you know? From my experience anyway, like that's the best stuff is where you're like, okay, well, I didn't plan it to go this way, but like fuck it, let's just wing this shit, like, and then just it's awesome, you know? It's gonna be amazing when the book comes out. The book will probably take me a what, like even when I get to number 100, it'll take me a few weeks to be like, okay, how do I size them correctly? I need to make a cover for the front and the back, and then I need to do the story pages where it's like, because it's bit like I wanted to do like, you know, I don't want it to just be like the Book of PEINTEINGU chapter 1 and then you open it and it's just a fucking a toddler's fucking epileptic fit of a painting. Like page 1, what the fuck is this? Like, so like I'm gonna do it. The plan is to be like the Book of PEINTEINGU chapter 1, and then like the first few pages will be the story of me that we've created, like, do you know what I mean? And like how I came across Tobias, how I got Garlos, like how I got kicked out of heaven, like all this shit. And then, or I might do like a page of the story and then a page, like, I don't know how it, I think it'll be good to like do the story synopsis, and then that'll only take like a few pages, and then it'll be like the first PEINTEINGU, you know, and then here we go with the PEINTEINGUs. And because I've named all the episodes, most of them anyway, pretty much all of them, it'll just be like I'll do a nice font or something of the name of the PEINTEINGU, and then it'll just be the PEINTEINGU. And then on the back of it, maybe I'll do like a, you know, like a little like a little blurb or something on the back of each one that's like, you know, like you take this one, it's like day 330 of PEINTEINGU. We arrived in Finland. We witnessed an Ent carrying a giant envelope. He was, what would you call it? He was clad in golden bands representing his envelope delivering prowess. Like it would just be funny stories and just whatever, like, you know. I hope like it could be really good. But like, even if it doesn't end up being really good, it'll still be just a hilarious thing for us to have. And I'm gonna, like, obviously I'm gonna try and make it as cheap as possible, despite what it's going to be, because I think it's gonna be like, yeah, it'll be like 100 pages. So it's like it's not gonna, like, it's gonna be a book, you know. It's not gonna be like a fucking magazine or a fucking like brochure or like, you know. It's actually gonna be a book, like, but like we're not there yet. There's still a couple of more weeks to go before I'm at 100, I think. Like I said, I'm gonna go until the hat is empty, and then I'll count them again. And the last time I counted them, I think we had like 10 more to go or something. I think we're nearly there. Probably only have like 4 more to go or something, like. And this might be 4, so we might have only 3 to go. I don't know. But yeah, I am like in the background of like being stressed about like not having money right now and like other shit, and trying to get that symmetrical done and blah 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 blah. And I'm also trying to do the stuff for the Creative Places crowd now as well, because we're going to do those planters in the town. And that's on the 9th. That's coming up on the 9th of May. That's the deadline for that, so I have to design something for that as well. So I have a lot going on. I'm not making a lot of money, but I have a lot going on. Which is one of the reasons why I'm like, no, yeah, I think the money will come. The money will come, and then when the money comes, you know, the female will have less anxiety about things, and I'll have less anxiety about things, and then I'll be able to like do more cool shit for you guys, like in terms of like, hello, Dick Fordu. Welcome. The PEINTEINGU grimoire shall be glorious. What's the definition of a grimoire? Isn't that like a magical text or something? That's just something I've seen in RPGs a lot. What does it actually mean? Grimoire. Fucking meaning. It is like a magical text, isn't it? Yeah, a book of magical spells and invocations. Oh, dude, we could actually do a PEINTEINGU Grimoire, but it would be a smaller like one full of all the phrases of the Deu. Like it'd be like, you know. Well, what was one of the ones I made up? It was like never walk your noodle while wearing. Never walk your noodle barefoot. Like shit like that, like. So like, yeah, we actually could make a PEINTEINGU Grimoire. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, well, I suppose technically it is a late stream. The female's in work late. She's not working from home today, so I was like, "Fuck it, I could go for a while." And then I just went on an epic rant. I put an extra shade on the goblins, and then just spent the last 3.5 hours just fucking epic rant. Today's basically just a rantingu. But yeah, the fucking like so the Marvin Moose stickers and the Marvin Moose mugs. I tried to make them as cheap as possible while still making like some profit. So basically the stickers are like £7, which I think is expensive for a sticker. So there's that. But like I only get like 150. Spraying is wild. Which, you know, stuff like that will change eventually when I have my own tech. But like I said earlier, there's a print shop around the corner that's like run by a local family, like, you know, so it's like when I have the money to invest in the sense of like, oh, I could do a deal with you guys where like I have all these customers who want all these stickers and like you guys print me the stickers and I give you a cut or whatever. Let's see if I could work out something like that or some shit. I'd rather do that with a local business than buy my own stuff. At least for the moment. We'll see how it goes. But anyway, the mugs are like £15. And I think I get like £4 a mug. But the book of PEINTEINGU, you know, like there's gonna be a good bit of work in that, like, but I want to do it fairly cheap. So like I'll try and do the book for like like definitely under €100. I know that's very expensive for a book, but like it's not going to be a normal book. Do you know what I mean? Like, do you know, it's like it's going to be a big book, like like both in like I don't know. Like part of me is like, will I scale them down? I don't want to scale them down. I want it to be the Book of PEINTEINGU, like the fucking, remember the Codex from Pirates of the Caribbean, like, you know what I mean? Like, and I think like, you know, if you're paying like people have been paying £200 for PEINTEINGUs, right? So if I do the Book of PEINTEINGU and it's like less than £100, I think that's like fairly fucking reasonable considering the amount of work that will go into it. But I'm gonna try and do it as cheap as I can, you know, because like I don't want, like, especially for you guys, because you guys have been like supporting me for like nearly 2 years now, so I don't want you guys to have to like shell out more money, you know. Like if any, like I'm not there yet, obviously, because I don't have a big following, but like when the day comes that I have enough to have like you guys as like my inner circle, and then I have like loads of like other people who are like buying my merch and like my stream and stuff like that, like I want to set up like a members club thing where you guys basically get shit for free, like, do you know what I mean? Like you get a PEINTEINGU for like a tenner or something, like, you know, like every time you like resubscribe or like pay the monthly fee or something like that, like you guys get like a free fucking, do you know, I want to do shit like that where like you'll get like I'll do like a raffle and you get one of the free originals or something, like, you know. I still haven't I haven't forgotten about the headband idea. I want to like do like custom headbands for all the like actual members of the Japanite clan, you know. And I think that I think the headband thing would be really cool because remember the idea I have is I'll get I'll get headbands made for all of us, right? And we'll work out the design together or whatever like that. And I'll get headbands made for all of us, and then I'll get the headbands delivered to you as cheaply as I can, and then I want you all to take full photos of you guys. Obviously, you don't have to like buy yourself a kimono or something. Even if you're just wearing like a fucking bathrobe, right? Like you can make it look as hilarious as you want, right? But put the bandana on and then put your hair up or something, like, do you know what I mean, in a funny way. And if you can get like a stick instead of a katana, like, do you know, you see where I'm going with this, right? And we'll get all the photos and then like Photoshop us all into one photo and then put it in black and white, so it's like Kurosawa, fucking whatever that fucking dude's name was. We have like our own black and white samurai photo. Like, and like every time a new Japanite member gets put in, well, not every time a new one gets put in, like we'll do one like every time we have a new line of members in the Japanite clan, we'll make a new photo and send the new photo out, like, and you could just like have the photo there of like, what's this photo of like all of these like fucking weird looking Japs, like, it's like, well, that's me there. You know, like, and there's Stabaru-sama and Desmondu-sama and Grifu-sama, and look, there's Margie over there sharpening an axe. Like, it'd be brilliant. It'd be fucking brilliant. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I have long term plans for all this shit. Like, but like I don't have the funds, not yet anyway. But that's where I want this to go. I want you guys to feel like yous are actually like, you know, part of like a fucking clan. Like, you know what I mean? Like fucking like a hilarious like piss take clan. Fucking some LARPing demigod Japanese fool on the internet. Like, it'd be hilarious. Like, you know, we could eventually do like our own like you know, bears with the bandanas on them, like, you know, like I'll like when we start getting to the stage where like we have stuff like that, I'll send Owen a letter and I'll be like, it appears I have created a subset of bear. Like, and it's like Japanite bears, like they're all bears with bandanas. Oh, I think he'll be alright with that, like, you know, it's not a church. Like, and we're still bears. It's not like we're our own thing. Like, we're not. Like, like, pretty much all of us are bears. Which just makes it even like, Margie's a bear now. Margie's literally watching the streams and, like, sent him a letter and shit. Like, she's in the Legends chat. Like, I love it. I love it so much. Oh, it's hilarious. But anyway, yeah, the book is going to be something else, alright. But yeah, I'll try and keep it as cheap as possible, like. But it's like it's not going to be like super cheap because like it's if I manage to pull it off right, and then like I'll have to like figure out a way of getting like multiple copies of it for anybody who wants one. It'll be like relatively cheap for what it is. Like, I might like it. To be honest, it might end up being 200 quid, like an actual PEINTEINGU. But when you think about it, it's 100 PEINTEINGUs, like, plus like how many pages of a storyboard thing I do, and it's all going to be hand painted by me, you know. So like, I will completely understand if people don't want to buy it, like, do you know what I mean? But it's not like, that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it because I said I'd do it, you know. it's been on the pipeline for a long time. It's like, oh, when I reach 100, I'll do like the first book of PEINTEINGU and all, like, and it'll be fucking cool. Like, I'm thinking black and red. I don't know if I'll go with black and red, but I'm thinking black and red, where it'll be like black with a red dragon on it or something. Do you know, like, it'll be fairly Japanese, like. But I think it'd be badass if it was like jet matte black or lamp black with like a Japanese dragon on it with like kind of my own flair to it, and maybe some like symbols and stuff for some kanji. And then like it would be cool to actually, like, on the front of it, it's like a dragon with the book of PEINTEINGU chapter 1, and then on the back it's that, but just in Japanese with kanji. I was on the phone and heard my name. We're talking about, like, eventually we'll get like a black and white photo of all of us or something, like those old school photos with all the samurai and shit, and you'd be in the corner sharpening an axe. Margie has to have just finished winning a pistol duel or burying a body. Do you know what'd be really cool, actually? You know what'd be really cool? If all of us were like samurai, but Margie was on the left and she's in cowgirl stuff, like with pistols and shit. I think that would be deadly. I think that'd be really cool. Like she's the only one, like, not dressed as a samurai. Like, but like you're dressed up in like a fucking like cowgirl shit with pistols and stuff. But you have the headband on your cowgirl hat. That would be deadly. It's like West meets East kind of thing and all. Like, oh, it'd be so cool, man. But obviously it's like I know I'm dreaming, but like I'm really good at dreaming. Like, they do eventually come to fruition. That's one of the things I really respect about Vox and Owen and all. It's like, yeah, I know it's taking a long time, but like, just hang in there, and then it eventually happens, and you're like, oh, that's awesome. Because I've seen them both do it. Like the stuff Vox has come out with, like in the fucking Castelia library and all that shit, and Arc 2s and unauthorized and shit. Like, yeah, it's like, when you do it homegrown from the ground up, yes, it takes way longer, and yes, it takes a lot of work and investment and stuff like that, but it's so worth it when it pays off. But yeah, I agree, Margie. Yeah, don't worry about taking a picture now. It's a long time down the road. I'll only even I'm not gonna, like, I don't even have the bandanas yet, or even the design for the bandanas. But like, it's just I'm just spitballing right now. But in terms of the book, because we are actually getting close to like me doing the book, because we're nearly at 100. Yeah, I'm thinking matte black with blood red, and well, maybe not blood red. I'll do it like a bright red. I'll do a bright red on black, and on the front it'll be in English, and it'll be the book of PEINTEINGU chapter 1 with like a dragon on it or something. And you know the way the dragons always have, like, the dragons like have their claws like, you know, down here and up here or something. I could just like do 2 brushes or some shit, or I could do it like this and it has like 2 brushes or something, like, or like in one of its claws it has a brush, and in another claw has like a tube of paint or something. And then on the back it'd be in Japanese. It'd just be it'd be the same image, but just with Japanese kanji. My chaps are missing a zipper. I might not be here a long time. Oh, don't say that, Margie. Don't say that. Don't worry, it's not gonna take that long. You'll still be around by the time we do that shit. Hopefully. I'll try and make sure it doesn't take that long. Oh yeah, you're like 70 something. You've got another fucking 15 years in you. Give over. Ugh. But yeah, that's the idea for the book. And like, what I was thinking is like, it's gonna be this big, and it's gonna be like, it's gonna have 100, the 100 PEINTEINGUs in it, plus some story pages. So it's gonna be more than 100 pages, and it's gonna be this big. So it's gonna be pretty fucking big, you know. Well, it's not gonna be this exact size. It might actually be a little bit smaller than this, but it's gonna be roughly this size. It's gonna be roughly A3. Might be a bit smaller than A3. Because some of the old PEINTEINGUs, I didn't used to do them like this, so they're a bit bigger. Because I didn't used to do the tape. I used to just use bulldog clips. I used to just bulldog clip it to the fucking thing. But now I tape it and I cut it out. So for like a year now, the fucking PEINTEINGUs have been like smaller by like an inch. So it'll be roughly A3. So it's still gonna be bigger than it'll be taller and wider than probably any book you have in your house. And it's gonna be around like just over 100 pages. So like, you know, it's not gonna be like a magazine. Like, do you know what I mean? It's gonna be a proper book. So like, I'll try and make it available for less than 200, but like it might be 200. You know, just letting you know, like, because it's not like a normal book. It's not like you're picking up a. I mean, people buy fucking books from fucking Vox for like, you know, fucking few grand, like. No, I know I'm not making it out of goat skin and shit, like, do you know what I mean? But it's like, it's a book full of art, you know? I know it doesn't have, like, Theologians 10 and all this fucking shit, like, do you know what I mean? It's a different kind of value. It's not knowledge, it's a story of progress that all of you were a part of, you know? So, and that, like, that's what I like for people who don't know what it is and stuff. It'll be really interesting to see how other people receive it. Like the book of PEINTEINGU. What the fuck is this? Like, and then they open it and it's like, is this like a child's fucking thing? Like, and then they see one of the pictures and it says like nigger on the truck, and it's like, okay, now this is definitely not for kids. What the fuck is this? Is this some white supremacist shit? Like, but he's Japanese? Like, what is this? This doesn't make any sense. This is the most racist, most fucking, like, that one's not bad. like, the way it'll start off and all, it'll be like, you know, oh yeah, this is okay. Like, watercolor fucking telling the story. That's kind of cute and all. Like, and then the first painting is like, is this a joke? This is terrible. It looks like a toddler did this. And then you get like, you know, 50 pages in. You're like, okay, they're starting to get a bit better. It's like, oh no, fucking like. By the time you get to the end, you're like, shit, it's not bad. Like, it's gonna be funny more than that. Like, do you know what I mean? I just hope it'll like. I just want you guys to be like sitting at home, laugh. Oh fuck, actually, yeah. Right, because Stabrew's got kids, so I don't know which other ones of you like have kids, like kids. I know Margie has kids, but like I may as well be. I'm like the same age as like Margie's kids. I don't need the answers now, but I'll have to know which. Well, I suppose I don't need to know the answer if I just assume the children. The only one that's not child friendly that I've done is like, oh fuck, I don't know how many say nigger and stuff. I didn't think of that. I would like Stabrew to be able to see. I'd love to see Owen's reaction to the book of PEINTEINGU. Oh, it'd be really cool to send him a free copy. I'd have to do that. It'd be really cool to send him a copy and just be like, this is what, like, you know, this stuff wouldn't exist if not for the fact that you made your community, like, you know. And he's got kids as well, like, so it has to be child friendly. Fuck. God damn it, that's gonna fucking that creates a whole new avenue of like trying to make it child friendly. I think your grandson, I think you're my grandson's age. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh fuck. I want you to be able to sit down and look at it with your kids, but at the same time it's like not really for kids, but like kids would enjoy it because it's all colorful and whimsical and shit. And we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. If I'm gonna be like scanning them and like, you know, getting multiple copies of each PEINTEINGU and stuff like that, then I'll be able to like edit them. So we could work around that. I could do a censored version that you could share with your kids. Cause that I could take the text out of some of the I probably wouldn't have to edit like many of them. Do you know what I mean? Like there's one that literally says warning contains niggers, but like some of them might have the word fuck in it or shit. I don't know. I'll make one that's like just the book of PEINTEINGU, and then at a later date I'll look to make a censored version, or I'll try and release the both of them at the same time or something. I don't know. I'll work on it. Like clear tape over the word before scanning. Clear tape over the word before scanning. Yeah, is that like that's just like a known trick of the trade or something, is it? Clear, like just normal sellotape over the word before I scan it, and what, it'll like reflect it and make it blank or something? Is that what it does? It just reflects the light and makes it blank? I don't know. We'll see. Fuck, I didn't think of that though. Fuck's sake. Oh, this is fucking... It's always new problems. What time is it? Jesus, 5 to 8. Alright, well the female's going to be getting off work now, so I basically need to start dinner. Well, this isn't a new record, is it? I think I did a 5-hour one, didn't I, before? So it's not like I did a record stream today. Close though. Close. Remember, there's no stream tomorrow because my power's getting shut off for the day. Because the road works that they're doing and shit. They're like ripping the road up and installing new power lines and stuff, and also our line of houses is not going to have power from like 9 in the morning till 5 in the evening or something, or some shite like that. Like, so no PEINTEINGU tomorrow. But I just did a fucking 5-hour one, so there you go. If you're not happy with that, you can fuck off. Right. I just wasted. It's not a lot, but like this shit's nearly dry already. It's just sitting on the palette. I fucking hate when I do that. I hate when I waste paint. Fucking hate when I do that. Try and keep it wet. Try and keep the fucking paint wet. Let's see what happens. It probably won't stay wet. Anytime I've tried to do that, fucking doesn't actually stay wet. Some of them do, some of them don't. The yellow seems to dry up like really quickly. I don't know why, but whatever. Anyway. Did you guys ever see these? I did these for one of the bear meetups. I did a lot of these for the bear meetups. Did I ever show you these things? I did a few of them. I did like, is it on the back of one of these? I don't know, I probably wouldn't be able to fucking... Yeah. This is probably gonna drip. No? Yeah. No rollerblading. I did a no rollerblading signs. And we hung them at one of the meetups. I think I did 4 of them. I can't remember where the other ones are. I did a few things like that where I just painted stuff to bring to the meetups, and they were hilarious. Like the allegedly signs that I did the no rollerblading signs, and then I designed some of the t-shirts. I fucking designed a t-shirt for a guy that ended up leaving the bear community. Like, fuck it, like, man, seriously, like. It really is what it is. Like the fucking amount of hours that I've put work into shit and I didn't get paid for it. Like, and I'm just there's a bit of like not resentment, but like I was like what Owen said, like I was talking about today, is like that sense of injustice of like, really, nigga? Like, you know what I mean? But like, whatever. It is. He's right. It's good to just do stuff for the sake of doing stuff. It is. It's just good to do stuff. Make people laugh. Make people feel joy. Oh fuck. Here's me fucking yawning and saying that I'm tired at the start of the fucking stream and all, and I do fucking 5 hours. Well, 4 hours and 57 minutes or whatever, like. But anyway, right. Much love. Sayonara. I'll see you Thursday. No stream tomorrow. For anyone who hasn't heard it already, I said it yesterday, and I've said it multiple times. No stream tomorrow because my power's going to be out. So I will see you Thursday, and we'll finish this fucker off. So yeah, much love. Enjoy the rest of your evening. God bless. Thanks for sticking around, and I'll see you Thursday. All right. Riv, Raff, Rov.